Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just don't spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. If you eat cake and graduate, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This what you got today,
Spoon TV.
This what you got today,
Spoon TV.
The children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, don't spoon.
To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just don't spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. If you eat cake and graduate, my brother, don't spoon. You got a sporting, you got a spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? This what you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon
This what you got today.
Spoon Spoon TV. Spoon
Bada 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 bada. Skibidi bidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua 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 kua. Bese kua 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 kudileo. Kua kua kudileo.
On the spoon to get
Yes, what you
your
want?
information.
Oh yes, Spoon to Spoon.
Spoon to be
Yes, what you want?
To be part of our discussion, to be part of the national discourse, Spoon to know what's happening in Liberia, to know exactly what the policymakers are saying, what they are doing, to hear Liberians speak on critical national issues, to know the everyday activities in the country, to get the breaking news, to get the views of the ordinary Liberians, to hear Liberians across the world speak to national issues, to get authentic information, objective analysis from the diverse panel here every night. This is the best place you can be at about this time. And I'd like to say welcome to everyone tonight for joining us. Spoon Talk is back on the radio. Of course, we are live across Liberia on several radio frequencies. We are live on Spoon FM 107.5. We are live on Fabric Radio 101.1, Super FM, and a host of other radio stations across the country. I want to recognize Trust FM in Bomi County, that's always relaying the program, Premier FM in Bank, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi, Nimba County. Right next door, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia that will sometimes relay the program even without telling us. We appreciate your valuable contributions to this journey, a journey to ensure that Liberians, irrespective of where they are, can get information in real time and make informed decisions about the day-to-day activities. And I also want to recognize our folks online. You are a solid contributor to this show. We want to appreciate the folks joining us tonight on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Many thanks to the folks joining us online tonight as well. Spoon Talk Live is our YouTube handle. All of our YouTube folks, I want to welcome you in a very special way as well. Welcome to your show. Welcome to Spoon Talk. This is the Liberian People's Show. And it's a great way to have all of you joining us tonight. Kindly share the program as you come on. If you're joining us on Spoon TV right now, just go to your share the show in your different group chats, on your timelines, in your WhatsApp groups. And if you're joining us on YouTube, you can give us some thumbs up as we take off on another edition of Spoon Talk tonight. My name is Nelson Collier, and I'll be here. Once I see you and the rest of the team come on, I'm going to be handling controls over to them for the rest of the show. But again, just keep sharing the program as you come on tonight. It's going to be a spirited conversation, engaging as always, very informative. And this is one edition of the program you don't want to miss for anything. Well, there's a whole lot happening across Liberia. What are the happenings? What are Liberians talking about? What are the issues in the country? We're gonna bring you the updates here, and then right after the updates, we go to the phone lines and take your calls, get your views, note what your thoughts are. More like an open mic where we get to afford you the opportunity to talk about those different issues of concerns. What is it you want to talk about tonight? Is it about the health sector? Is it about education, sanitation? Is it about agriculture? Just whatever that issue is. Or are you confronted with a particular situation that you want to bring to the attention of the policymakers? That segment is dedicated just for you. And right after the updates, we're going to be moving there, take some calls from all of you across the world. I'm going to have the WhatsApp number posted for our diaspora audience and the local line for our folks here in Liberia. And then right after that, we hand controls over to the CEO and the rest of the team. So thanks for joining us tonight on Spoon Talk. Yes, with a whole lot happening across Liberia. I want us to go straight into the updates, and then we're going to come back to take your calls here across the world, just wherever you're joining us from. There's a whole lot in the country today. Liberians have been talking, and one of those issues have been the decision. Now, last evening during the update, there was something I left out. Yesterday, there was a press conference that was held by the rule of law bloc or the minority bloc of the House of Representatives, also referred to as the Kofa bloc. You have the Kun bloc and the Kofa bloc. Yes. So they had a major press conference yesterday. Interestingly, the press conference did not entertain any questions from any of the media practitioners who were invited there. But at the press conference, they made a disclosure. The conference was addressed by Honorable Musa Hassan Biliti, who happens to be the chairperson of that bloc now, and according to what we're told. They had a press conference yesterday, and during that conference, they disclosed to the Liberian people that immediately when the legislature returned from the break, which they're expected to do by Monday, Tuesday is going to be the first session following the break. The minority bloc is going to be joining the majority bloc to have session. So in other words, they are crossing over. All the folks from the minority bloc, they said they had a meeting, they had a discussion, and following the discussion, they made a conscious decision for the sake of the Liberian people to join they did not say the majority bloc, but they rather said the House of Representatives session to do the Liberian people's job. That was a disclosure that was made during the press conference yesterday. And why are they making this decision? Why do they want to join the majority bloc that they've been in a back and forth with for pretty close to 3 months? According to them, they want to do that and use that as the new approach to have their issues resolved. Why having session with the minority bloc? They are going to keep raising the issues with the salaries of some of their colleagues that have been withheld, the removal, the unconstitutional removal of Councillor Kofa as speaker, and a whole lot they're going to be addressing while they are having session. But they disclose that they're going to be crossing over or moving over or joining the minority bloc for the regular sitting or the regular session of the House of Representatives. So, and that disclosure came just few hours after 3 members of that body, the minority bloc, crossed over toward the majority bloc, and then they came up with a decision to for everyone to go over and join the folks. So, yes, this is something that Liberians have been talking about as well. There have been series of concerns. A lot of people asking critical questions. Why now? But one notable thing that the chairperson of the group, Chairman Musa Hassan Bility, said was that their crossover is as a result of the failure of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia to adhere to their bit of information far before the Supreme Court. They're saying that the Supreme Court has failed to give attention to the bit of information, that is to further interpret her own ruling. And so because the Supreme Court is not doing that, their next approach now is to join the majority bloc and go on with a press conference. Well, on the flip side, we've been getting the views of Liberians today across the streets of Monrovia on the first year performance of the Unity Party versus the first year performance of the CDC. There has been mixed views, mixed, information coming from Liberians today. There are some who thought that, yes, the first year of the CDC government was better than what they've seen in the first year of the Unity Party administration under President Joseph Brakai, while others thought that, look, while others said that the first year performance of the JMB administration, the Unity Party, is far better than what they saw with the CDC. So those were mixed reactions coming in, while others were saying that is on a 50-50 scale. They think that is same old, just the same thing. Yes, so that's another one. The press conference for the police today, the Liberian National Police, in collaboration with the fire service, the Liberian National Fire Service, had a major press conference today. More details on that will come up. I understand that's part of the conversation for tonight. But for the first time, the joint security operations, talking about the Liberian National Fire Service and the Liberian National Police, sufficient evidence to prove that what transpired on the 18th of December on the grounds of the legislature that saw the rotunda of the Capitol building and that of the joint chambers being caught up in flames was a deliberate action. It was an arson attack. That's what they've said, as per pieces of evidence in their possession, and they've identified individuals or persons of interest. They've reached out to some of those people. They want them to come in voluntarily, but if they fail to do so, they're going to be going after them. Though the joint security did not name who those persons of interest are, but they did say today that there are several persons of interest that are linked to the arson attack on the Capitol building, one of the treasures of our country. And it was a deliberate act. The sponsors, the perpetrators, and all of those people linked to that particular thing will be brought down. And the police inspector general, Colonel Gregory Common, was quoted as saying, no one, absolutely no one is above the law once it comes to this, and all those linked to this particular issue will have to face the full weight of the law. Well, that's coming from the police and the Liberian National Fire Service. There was a tragic motor accident today at Caldwell Junction, a very tragic scene when a truck, one of those trucks that would usually carry the sand, was seen, roll over a motorcyclist. He fought till his last breath. It was a very tragic scene today at Caldwell. Well, the angry mob, the angry crowd vandalized the vehicle. They tried setting the vehicle at blaze, but we understand that the security was able to get there in time to take siege of the situation. But that motorcyclist lost his life instantly as he was seen on camera fighting for his life under the truck. So it was a very tragic scene, and this has left so many people again bringing to attention bringing to the attention of the national government the need for safety measures to be put in place, the speed limit situation, safety for all road users, so as to avoid these kinds of situations across the country. Well, these plus so much more happening across Liberia. We at this point will like to stop here as we move to the phone lines, take some of your calls tonight. Let's hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? And let's take your calls. 0555 101075, 0555 101075, and you will be live on the program tonight. You can also call us on the WhatsApp number that I'm going to put up here shortly, and have your say tonight on this edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and several frequencies across the country. And thanks to all of the partner radio stations across Liberia that are relaying this edition of the program. Let's go to the phone lines now and start to take your calls. Again, 0555 101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live tonight. Let's take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Okay, let's take this person. Please go ahead. You're live. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Matthew from Highway.
All right.
Thank you for your thorough discussion. For the truck drivers, the measure the government are putting through, I believe, is a post-stop to them, probably in a day, and then in the night, around 8 o'clock, they can start a move. If they can start, they can move around 12 or upward. If you want to horse, the horse is 12. In the morning, they believe on the spot. Then in the day, the small car. So the only way to put measure going put to me is that the measure you put in place. Thank you for your topic.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, hello, Spoon. This is so, and I call you from Carwell.
Go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Chief, my attention has been tuned to the issue of the press release that was released by Musa Hassan Beniti, teaching the Western Law because of Niba County. You see, when we ask the question, we say, why now? Since then, we propose just idea to stand on board, let negotiate, and when people work. But today I listened to the people on the radio station saying that because the Supreme Court, I think I think they have decided to join the majority because the Supreme Court, everything the Supreme Court and the executive have, his interest of contesting as speaker. He said it. He said the Supreme Court and the executive has, his interest, contesting as speaker of the House. I think that's why he that's why they have decided to join the majority. So the issue of we Liberians, the issue of the more violence. Let us start that because it happened in Lofa County that the public facilities were burned down, and now it almost happened at the Samuka town. So we have to very be mature in dealing with issue. When something happens, let us wait for investigation before burning things down. You know what I'm saying? Let us start the more violence in Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you a lot for your input. Yes, you're right. Honorability did say that, yes, the Supreme Court has decided to work with the executive to undermine his political future. And Okay, sorry. Let's go back to the phone line to another person. Please walk away from your radio. Please do that for us. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
It's Mama from Kasari Bolova. Well, I'll call you the last time you say I'm away for the center or this when the show is finished, I'm gonna call you back. I thought it was late, no one for me to call you. I want to always spend on it. The two maritime boys, the J in South Korea, being again, always call you my people, my son. I want to always spend on it.
All right, so they're not on the show yet. You can just keep following and
my people, you can give me spend on number.
okay.
Give me a number.
Yeah. I don't know right now, but
my people.
Yeah, but at the moment, you can do that off the air. Maybe you can come at the station or so, but that's not something we can do while the show is going on. Yeah. Right now, we're taking the views of people on the different issues and stuff like that. But if you want that, you can come at the station. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can come at the station. Just get at the station.
I'm come to the station, huh?
Yeah, you can make your way to the station and then maybe.
Well, you're gonna be there anytime. You're gonna be there.
But go. That's what I'm saying. You can come at the station, ask for the management, and somebody will be able to help you out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, sorry about the situation, man. But yes, right now is not the right time to really address that issue. You can do it.
I know about the way.
Yeah. 0555-101075. The WhatsApp number up. You can call as well and make your input. Let's take this person here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening, Nancy. My name is Dolly Lasana, and I call you from Italy.
Yeah, go ahead, Dolly. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, my concern has to do with the survey conducted today, right? Thank you very much. And you and Sylvester Tropley today. You know, nursing, the reality is in the street. If you go in the street, you ask the people, they will tell you exactly what is going on. I mean, I'm very surprised that Moali didn't share this video today on his page. Let's say it was the other way around. You will have seen Moali today. Well, our people are happy. Yeah, we are doing well. But, you know, it turns out to be the other way around. But anyway, I hope you guys will be going to the various counties to get a views of our people. Thank you very much, Nancy.
Well, thanks a lot, sir. Thank you for your input. Dolly Lasanan. Let's take another person. 0555-101075. Hello. Your name and where you joining us from?
Oh, thank you. Let me say good evening to you and to your listener. This is Bobby Abu Menska. I joined the discussion from District Speaker LC Koboro.
Go ahead.
Let me applaud you. Let me encourage sensitize the Liberians that when it comes to this mob violence, we should get away with it because we cannot continue to screw our country when we screw working to develop our country. Look at what happened in local country. Look at what happened recently. This kind of thing is not correct. Okay. If we continue to describe our country, that is where are we heading to? I believe if we have issue with individual, we should send the person over to the police. That would be the proper way. But just take actions. Do you know how it takes for people to lose their lives? The life that we get, it's not easy for God to give it all. In a second, you take somebody else, you disenchant them. When we have rules and law in the country, how do you know that they may get something for you? How do you know that you just say rule? You leave a little corner, so people coming with acts, people coming with policies. We cannot run a country like this with all rules and law. So we call on the Liberal National Police, let them be very effective in this kind of community. This thing happen in the community. They need to visit various communities. That's why they visit everything. They can visit various community every time. And what's along with the community chairman? and find a number that anything happening, let the community chairman be able to connect the police that they will be able to come to the person A. So we cannot be destroying life in this country. I strongly condemn that. We should not encourage this thing more. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yes, sir, you're live. Let's hear you.
Well, my name is Rufus Kugulabi. I call you from this state.
Okay.
I listened to your intro after what's going to be discussed when the other panelists come on board. But that is different with me. The issue of the legislature, that's something that has been in there. No, it is the minority black going to the majority black. Look, it's a serious embarrassment and it's a serious problem for us in this country that the star justice we are enjoying, it must intensify. The problem of the legislature has not ended when David and the other people, when the minority black, say they're going to be part of that session, it's a problem.
Thank you.
Nobody must take it to be a serious thing. It's a problem. And we must be able to pray for that the problem that are going to come, we should be able to solve it. A serious problem for minority black over there when the speaker, the international speaker have now resigned. It's a serious problem. To go in there with a serious motive, it's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's hold you there and go to the WhatsApp line. I see Uncle Sam is here. Let me bring Uncle Sam on as we continue to take a course. Uncle Sam, welcome. It's good to have you on. But let's see if yeah, hello, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you lower the volume of your TV or whatever you're using to monitor?
Okay. You getting me now?
Yes, sir. You're live. What's your name and where you joining us from?
Okay, this is Uncle Happiness calling you from UAE, precisely Dubai. How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. What's on your mind?
Yeah, actually, the lady that called, you guys are impressing. Therefore, just CEO didn't have his number. We always give her his number for information. So I think she deserves that number to give her case out. And also, the joker, the lawmakers in that building there, none of them will leave in that building 2029. They got to be fresh out there because they are jokers. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much for your input, bro. Thank you. CEO, welcome, sir.
Why you acting like you're tired? When you reach anywhere, you're tired. Uncle Sam, how are you?
Oh, hanging in there, my brother. What to do? The old man Jeff counting the days.
Counting what days?
Oh, I mean, all the days you have to count them, my man. When you're 70 years old, you have a whole different new mindset completely just to enjoy yourself and the hell with this whole year, since the beginning of this brand new year, I just been chilling, enjoying myself and having a great time and just looking to do some good things for myself and to have a great year. That's what I'm thinking about. So politics is not even number 2 on my list, it's like number 3 or 4, but we'll continue to speak on the issues in the country and we hope and pray that all the different groups can come together because Liberia, we need to come together. I don't know how we do it. Who's going to provide our leadership for us to come together as a people under one tent and all work hard to make this country a better place. But we are looking for that leadership that will put us all together, no matter what our political differences are.
I hope we can have that leadership, Uncle Sam. I do believe we do. But something is happening, Uncle Sam. It's not a normal day in Liberia. Yeah. It's not a normal day, Uncle Sam. I'm not saying something, this war, no. The mindset of individuals, of the politician, the mindset of or people that are leading the country right now, you know, a phone is ringing. Is that your phone? Is that you, Nelson? And, you know, that mindset is like something is just, are we on an autopilot? It's
No,
like,
but the
are we on an
country,
autopilot yet? Or
Stanton, the country is not settled yet, right? When you will notice that a president comes to power, he has to reach out to all of the political leaders. President Boyka has not reached out to any political leader yet to have any meeting, whether it was George Weah, whether it's Cummings, whether it's Gonglo, whoever. He needs to bring all these people on one tent and say, look, this is your country. What is it that we can do together to make Liberia a better place? Okay. Then the other thing that's happening is that there's fight between the two groups, so-called majority black and a minority black, reflects the deep division, right? So some people are feeling bad about how it went, and we don't have that leadership yet that will say, okay, this thing happened, but the country got to move forward and let us all get together on one tent. That leadership that provides unity so that we can get together and discuss the challenging problems of the country, we still have to get that leadership. And that doesn't necessarily have to come from the presidency. It can come from civil society. It can come from the church.
Uncle Sam, our country is a place that it have to come from the presidency, Uncle Sam.
Well,
it is not championed by and through the president. It won't be that strong.
So then you have to ask yourself a question. Let's just ask a very frank question. Is Joseph Boyka uniting the country, or some of his actions are dividing the country? I mean, I haven't made that decision to say his actions are dividing the country. But let's put that out to the audience. Is Joseph Boyka...
We will, because we got to wait for everybody now. I'm just throwing something out, right, Uncle Sam? We just came on the show, you know, but all day I'm thinking about, you know, police RG coming up with that statement. We have persons of interest, you know, for, you know, the burning down of the Capitol building. And when you look on your right, you see a whole different story about the Ministry of Finance, Development and Planning, that the young people decide to be involved 100% into Matic, very, very big corruption issue, right? And now it's leaning towards Augustin Gafwan. The man that just got there in less than 3 months, people trying to beat him like Gibson Jerry was doing yesterday. Now you're going to leave from there, right? You're going to talk about the whole big unity party. Where was the unity party? Experienced unity party. 12 years in government unity party. Unity party that came and maintained the peace. Unity party that in the second term of my own auntie, Madame Salif, guess what happened? Noka damaged her reputation. And she took full responsibility. You know that story. We cannot talk about the sector anymore because you know who coming for it now. The same people that sold it for 200 or 500 million, they are coming back again. The same players, like it's like bring back the old balls, to continue what they left off. Uncle Sam, the mindset, and through it all, Dr. Richardson, welcome. This is a very serious day. Through it all, guess what, Uncle Sam? You still get some young men in the government believing that our transformation, that change will come. But it has not come yet. I'm going to talk about the private jet or air taxi, whatever you may call it, that took President Boyka from Monrovia to Lo-Fi. The information reaching us, it is owned by B. Martin, that taking $39 million out of the country, 13 million, 39 million, whatever the amount is, every single week. And it was one of the messages Uncle said that they want that place will be shut down because they're exploiting the Liberian people. It's true. How can the president fly on that jet, give it to him, rent it to him, say, you know what, just use it, Mr. President, and go to Lo-Fi? I demand, where are we today Uncle Sam, that everything. Look at the street. I will end on this one, Uncle Sam. I was shocked. We would play a spoon today, went out in Raleigh Market.
Yeah.
Listen to people celebrating George Manuel. We are 1 year Joseph Barker, 1 year George Manuel. We are George Manuel. We are overwhelmingly took the day. Not a phone call, not Facebook, but just the common people. The people that sell it in the market that know the bread and butter issue. It's on spoon. The people say George Manuel first year was a better year than Joseph Yima Barker first year. We're gonna play. Uncle Sam, what's going on? I mean, are we seeing these things or we just ignoring it? It's like I'm reminded that when Samuel 12 used to go on the street and he got 20, 40 men, when he got them, bring those people around him, then he said, that's why double jaw. The Samuel 12 is in zeal, but the bigger picture, the people care less about those things. The actual people are speaking today. The sellers, the young boys, the market women and men, they are speaking today. But Uncle Sam, welcome to the show, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah.
Somebody talk to me, man.
Yeah. So Stanton, poverty has been with us forever. Any government that gets in power will always be the whipping boy for the problems of the people. That must be clear. It's been that way since the history of this nation. But what should distinguish leadership is when that government appears to be reaching out with programs and policies and things that affect the ordinary people in the country. There will be no dramatic changes in the lives of the people in a very short space of time. But if the people see the government addressing some of their problems, the government talking about health, President Boycott talking about education, President Boycott talking about improvement in the lives of the market people, the Yana boys, the pimping boys, and the farmers. Those are things that he has to speak about. He has to speak about it with a passion for the people to believe that he's on their side. Because hope can fill the stomach. Hope can fill the stomach. But when people don't see any hope, they don't see any clear direction, and it's gone to 12 months, then they begin to wonder. They begin to wonder whether they made the right choice or not. So it depends upon our people in the government, and I want to reach out to all of my friends in the Unity Party government. We all want to do something, forget about me personally, okay? But there are a lot of Liberians all around the world. Dr. Richardson, I know a lot of Liberian vice presidents of banks, professors at universities all around the world, doctors, engineers, and those kind of things. Build a platform, a database of professional Liberians to come and help you. Try to do something to empower the Liberian market women, a loan program. Try to do something to help the rubber farmers. Try to do something to help the better boss sellers. Try to do something to help the people that are working in a Firestone, a B Mountain, okay, a Metal Steel. Talk about the improvement of their lives. What exactly do you want to do? Just by saying those things, the people will be attracted to you. And that is what is missing. And then the last and the most important thing is we are not united. We are fighting every day. And it's a manifestation you see on Spawn, the deep divisions on Spawn, the deep divisions in the capital, the deep divisions within the political parties. We need to see how we can bridge those divisions. That's the most important thing. And we need leadership to guide us, leadership to reach out to us. That's what we need.
So, folks, Dr. Richardson, the farmer, the woman, serious in farming business. I just recording everything and taking everything and just put there aside.
Look at
You
Joe.
look good. You look good in farming, though. Seriously, I mean, thank God for AB. You know, that he took you back to the soil, and you look really good. You look like a farmer. You look like
Love
the
can do
American,
anything, Stanton. Love can
yeah.
do anything.
You look like the American farmer that no debt on their hand.
Look at Joe. Look at Joe. Listen, I want to just give a shout out to all of those who are on the Chinowitz farm. Actually just got back in town. I was rushing to get back here for the show. I also want to give a shout out to all of those who are in Bum Mines. I just got back from Bum Mines. I met with
How many hours from Beaumont to Moroville?
roughly 2 hours. So is it? Well, an hour and a half, 2 hours. You were just correct. I said 2 hours because
Oh,
of the
okay.
traffic.
So your farm is in Beaumont.
Yes, around that area.
Why you say you're not planting rice but cassava?
Rice, you need swamp areas to get. I mean, you can plant rice in highland, but it's better if it's in a swammy area, and it requires water. It requires some sort of irrigation system that you have to attend to. With cassava, it's much easier to plant cassava. Cassava can
You
grow
said the
anywhere.
cassava will be like 6 to 7 months before you
Yeah,
start harvesting.
yes, and the people wait for the soil to be a little bit softer because so they can root it out. Right now, we do have some cassava on the farm, but the ground is so hard that if you try to root it out, it would cost you.
Are you talking to Dr. Nuta from agriculture?
I would love to. You can
Yeah,
connect
that they
me.
have different programs. You got to talk to Dr. Nuta. You got to talk to Cyril Allen. Cyril Allen doing a lot of different stuff.
Yes,
Since
actually,
you're back into this farming thing, he should be
yes.
coming on the show, by the way, maybe tomorrow. Dr. Nuta was scheduled today. We didn't hear from him, so probably he will be coming on sometime this week. It's
Okay.
only important that you connect with them. They have grant, they have
Yes,
equipment. So
yes,
again, you don't have to kill the people that there, but this is Liberia, and it's not only for you, but everyone else. They're
yes.
extending this thing to help improve our agriculture sector. So, I mean, it's a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But I saw
Actually,
you. I didn't see AB. I didn't see AB on the farm. Why?
are you serious? Amy,
The,
Amy was.
the only time I saw AB when you guys were
Like
going to
everyone
eat.
taking a picture, Stanton.
No, the only time I saw AB when you guys were going to eat.
I will tell you that. Actually, he's listening. No. He said what? He said you'll be in Jersey coming for you in a few hours.
Then
So
his team didn't make it to the playoff. No, they did. The
don't tell him
playoff,
that.
yeah. Pittsburgh.
They said that he said that they are in the playoff. They play Baltimore on Sunday.
Yeah. They're in the playoff. Yeah, that's right. Congrats to you, AB. You guys made it. On a new quarterback. You gotta be grateful.
But he can use his phone to watch and mirror his phone on the big screen TV and watch his
Oh,
games.
that's beautiful. That's
Yeah, isn't
beautiful.
it? Yeah, so he's not
That's
missing a
beautiful.
beat here. But you're right. AB is very much involved in the farming of aspect. He was talking to probably the guys on the farm while we're talking. We have to separate ourselves. There's certain jobs that the women do, and there's certain jobs that the guys do.
Okay.
It's beautiful. But I just want to give a shout out to all of them. Is every time I go to the farm, it's bittersweet because it's where I partially grew up on the farm.
Okay.
And then, it's a tradition here when you leave and everybody just walk you to the road. It's just, it tears me up a little bit because, you never know when you're going to see
Yeah.
those guys again. And
So you eat on the farm?
yeah,
You
we
cook
carry,
on the farm?
well, we carry our own water. You have to use
No, I'm not asking about that. Just say yeah. You eat on the farm.
yeah.
You cook on the farm. Like everybody come around. I mean, that those days, you go fishing. Maybe AB going to fishing for some cool water fish and.
We have a creek that he went to because he's planning an irrigation system there, so he was
Oh,
able to.
okay. Wow,
Yeah,
you guys having fun. I want
we have
to go there, Uncle
But
Sam. I
let
want to
me
see that.
let me tell you the highlight. When I come, I do a video recording and pictures, right? And you wouldn't believe that many of the people on the farm don't have access to phone. They don't even know anything about pictures.
Wow, right in Beaumont, 2 hours away.
That's not the life. That's we talk about the haves versus the have not. Something like Uncle Sam was talking about. They never been to school. They never, they're just there. So every time we come, Abraham and I take pictures, and so this time around we'll come back again. We're going to print out the pictures because it was a pleasure. They had a kick out of watching themselves from 5 years ago or 6 years ago on the pictures, and a lot of them still look young. They haven't changed that much on the pictures, but it's a pleasure. And Uncle Sam is right. You are talking about a country being. I have decided that this is a country of the haves versus the have not. There are certain people in our country that they have everything, they're not feeling any of the pinch at all, in my opinion. I mean, you can live like you're living in New Jersey in this country. And then there's people who are in this country who they don't have access to Medicare care or health care. Let me put it that way, health care. They don't have access to telephone. Um, they don't have access to education. They don't even have a job. They make, if they work, maybe $20 in a month, $20 a month. So it sounds, and as I talk to them, it's a revolving door to, because before you the money, you finish borrowing and crediting for everybody else. Then you get a $20, you got to style, or you go pay all your creditors. It's such an interesting circle that many of our people are in. So if we have a government that is visionary, a government that has plans, like plans for a loan program, that should be announced. I mean, the first year, okay. The second year, I'm hoping that the State of the Nation address will include a robust loan program for students, loan program for farmers, education, how you're going to address the education problem. So it's all of those things that I think that will sort of change our country, change the trajectory of our country. Government come, government go, the same old, same old. So things really have to change for us to see the difference here. You can't just have a certain group of people enjoying. I mean, we have the have and the have-nots in most society, but when you have a huge disparity, it's a big gap. When you have a huge disparity, it's concerning. We can't hear you, Cindy.
Thank you. At the end of the day, thank God so far. That's why we are here every evening, and to have a wonderful program. Today, Akaris Mosi Gray will be joining the show, former representative district number 8. We also going to have Gibson Jeru, for the formula going to be Mo Ali going to come in, the rest of the team, and we're going to have a wonderful show. We'll be talking about LTA. We are talking about Minister of Finance, Development and Planning, Bill Maggie Jones, and Paul Lamine. And this thing is going over to hate Augustin Kwei Gafwan. Listen, it's not us. It's about you telling the American government that they signed a contract with you, and the contract is saying, no, you falsify, you illegally, apply the signature on the letterhead. And this is a big issue of corruption, massive corruption. We will be speaking to this different thing. And again, we have the information, again, going back to the University of Liberia like yesterday. What's the true story? Who's telling the truth? Where's the people's money? That Dr. Hassan content, saying that the money was given 80% spent on personnel. Personnel said they didn't take pay. The students at the medical colleges saying that you didn't give us any money. So the 80% that was spent on personnel, almost $30-something million. Do we have any document, any accountability, folks? This is serious time in our country, man. Our country is bleeding. Our country is bleeding.
As I was listening to Dr. Conta speaking, it's almost like he's implicating Public Works. Did you hear him say they have Public Work or was contacted to do an assessment?
He said they contacted Public Work. We got a video. And that's why he went shocked to say whether they came and they did assessment or whether it was only a contact. Because again, people play with words.
Yeah.
But the bottom line, the students were attending universal library in physics. Somebody said don't use poo-poo, but that's it. It was bad.
Yes,
It's
and number
ugly.
two, and number two, he said that did facelifting. He called a certain amount. I don't see. Maybe I'm
Hey,
not here. Can somebody tell us where
we're
the
looking for where
occurred?
they're doing the facelift.
Maybe before and after picture would be nice. I mean, I was listening to him and I wanted to say that, but I was tired from traveling and stuff like that. But
Yeah, but it's guys, Uncle Sam. It's just it doesn't look good, right? Uh, the fire situation coming up. Police IG Gregory Coleman, he spoke today. We're going to spend more time on it. They have people of interest. Who are those? All of our inquiry, Uncle Sam, lawmakers going to be arrested. If it is true, all our different information, they're going after lawmakers, folks that are in lawmakers' office. We are hearing some names. Again, folks, it's going to be a big show today. Because what Gregory said today, if it is true, something big about to happen in the country. They are going, he said that Gregory said they have spoken to those people of interest. Uncle Sam. And they told us to turn yourself in or we come to arrest you. I mean, y'all want us to start the show or just wait a little bit? Because I want to jump into this thing. Uncle Sam, we saw when Foucault went in there, or how you call him, Fonati Kofa, the speaker, went in there. Other people went in there. I'm hearing the name Musability, some people from the office too are involved. I'm hearing people from, listen, don't get me to start talking yet. Let me just hold back. But this, we got to hold tight, my people. And we got to be very careful because what Gregory Coleman said today, that no one is above the law. He's not talking about the young boys and girls that they can arrest anytime. No one is above the law. So you want to pay attention. You want to invite somebody on the show today, and we're going to go deeper into this conversation because it's getting interesting by the minute. Also, Uncle Sam, let me hear you finish up, and maybe we can start the conversation.
Look, burning a capital is a very bad act. It goes against constitutional democracy. And those who are involved in burning the Capitol, if they have the evidence, and Gregory Coleman has to be very careful, there have to be evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Evidence that can be proven in a court of law. Forensic evidence, witness evidence, and other physical evidence that tie the alleged perpetrators. He has to be extremely careful about this because if you were to arrest people without doing an in-depth investigation and to come out and to charge people, it would be potentially politically explosive. I'm not, because when I say politically explosive, it's everything about war. There's, I mean, war is not the only bad thing that can happen to the country. You can have a political stalemate. You can have public dissatisfaction. You can have things that just basically the country is not going any place. Okay, so I'm hoping and praying, and I want him to catch the perpetrators because burning an edifice, which is a good manifestation of the aspirations of our people for our democratic principles. People who did that should be arrested, brought to book, and prosecuted in jail. So he has to be very careful of that. Another thing President Walker needs to be very careful about is how does he manage this country after the State of the Nation address? When it will be clear that he will have a speaker sitting in the speaker's seat, what does she do after that to unite the 30 or 26 or 27 other lawmakers there who have political constituencies, significant parts of the country? That is significant. So there are so many things that need to be done, and they need to start having meetings among themselves, look at the strategic plan to cool the country down for 2025, and try to see how they can achieve some of their economic, social, and political objectives going forward, but doing it with immunity in a united country. It's extremely important that we have a united country. Because there are instances where opposition and the government will have to come together for the sake of the country in certain objectives. It's just so, and I see sometimes a friend and more than others say, we don't want Joe Walker to succeed. Who Liberia will not want Joe Walker to succeed? If Joe Walker succeeds in bringing in good medical help, I don't have to leave Liberia to come to South Africa or go to the VA in America. If Joe Walker succeeds in bringing quality education and setting up the university in the way, I will probably get a part-time teaching job there. If Joe Walker succeeds in doing things to unite the country, okay, and in bring investors, I will probably have an opportunity to get some consultancies, or my wife, or people in my family. So there is nobody who is Liberian who want to see Joe Walker not succeed. It does not make any sense to say that there are people who do not want the current government to succeed. And Francine, I pass it over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, I see that Mo Ali gave in his internet is tripping. So we want to play that. Richardson, go ahead while I upload this video because I want us to play this one.
Yes. I did hear that the IG has suspects, and he, like Stenton said, he had ordered them to turn themselves in or they are going to be arrested. I stand for the rule of law yesterday, today and tomorrow. If anyone tried or anyone is involved in this fire at the Capitol building, they should be, punished. They should face the weight of the law. There's no if, and, and buts about it. However, like Uncle Sam said, evidence is so important and crucial in this case, in this accusation. A lot of us here and abroad are waiting to see the evidence. I think the IG will do himself well by publishing whatever evidence he has. We can't just be speculating and accusing other people if we have not done proper due process and making sure that we have documents to state that we have arsonists, because that's the word that they use. There's arsonists that caused the fire. So I recommended early on that they need to have forensic evidence from outside of the country, like an independent body, because there's so much tension, regarding this situation in the country. And if we have at least an independent body of forensic support, I think that more people will be inclined to say, yes, we will believe this happened. But right now, as it stands, I hope that the evidence will definitely book whoever is involved in this crime.
So let's welcome Mo Ali and Vendetta Patrick. Mo, you want to do your opening? Then Vendetta, can you come in?
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Vendetta, Uncle Sam, Dr. Richardson, and Stanton. I've been having some issue with my internet modem, but at least it's dry now, and I hope it won't. I also like to say I might not end the show at the usual time today because it's
bit
It's taking a
tough.
toll. It's taking a toll on you.
Yeah, yeah, definitely going to bed after 1 and then I have to get up at
Hey,
5.
Uncle Sam, look at the young man. Look at the young man complaining, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, you see, you can go to bed 4 in the morning, 5, and still wake up 9 o'clock. The young man can.
No, so the difference is that Uncle Sam doesn't have to stress about getting up early to go to work. He can get up anytime he wants to.
More
Um,
Ali, you don't know
listen,
that. I have a full-time job. A full-time job. See, you shocked I have a full-time job. I run a whole
working
company, a
from
whole
home.
organization.
All right, thank you. At least you own the whole organization. Me, I gotta go. But anyway, Stanton, I haven't been following, like I said, and I hope we can have a very good discussion tonight, like we did last night. I enjoyed the discussion when it is void of, all of these personal attacks and invectives. Let's discuss the issue. I've been following in the chat room about the comparison Spoon TV went in the market between the We Are first term and the Joseph Buckeye first term. I've heard about that they sent to the police, or I read the some script from the police press conference today, and on that issue, and then I believe there could be some questions raised still about the ongoing saga at the finance ministry, a whole lot of issues. I know Stanton can pop up issues sometimes in the middle of the discussion, but I hope we have a fruitful discussion tonight.
Thank you very much, Mo. VP, welcome to the show, Fandetta.
Hey, CEO, Dr. Mo Ali and Mr. Sam Jackson. It's good to see you people and my dear mother, Dr. Francine. Thank you. Even though since you came, I've not been able to see you. I don't know why. But anyway, we will find time. I'm sure we are giving. I joined the show late. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I'm very sure it has to do with Liberia. Just to follow the flow of the discussion, I'm happy that we all the panelists enter 2025 with that renewed vigor. And we're hoping that this government will do better in 2025. Specifically tonight, I hope the government can look in the direction of my people in Magidi. Magidi is a very strategic country. The abuse of the rights of young people, specifically the Firestone Plantation Company, as long as we are about 20 years, you are not allowed to go to Firestone school system. Even if you are an employee, it's against Article 6 of our Constitution that talks about mass education of people. I hope that the president can look in the direction of our people and also rebuild our hospital. It got a fire in 2020, and there's no referral hospital in Magidi. Many of the patients are transferred to Monrovia. There's no ambulance. There are no ambulances. We hope. Primarily to what I'm reading in the chat room, where many of the people were interviewed, they said, we as first term was better than JMB. This is something that the government should consider to review, because from all indications, the Liberian populace have not yet rendered a judgment, a negative judgment on the JMB administration. They said 2024, the paper just starting. 2025, if you don't convince them, I can guarantee you anything you do in 2026, 2027, they say the man won't lie to us. I'm happy my dear brother and friend Mo Ali is here. Sometimes he speaks truth. Sometimes he can bury it. I don't know. I hope 2025, my dear brother, you 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 will be open to corrections because Liberian people, everybody came together the other day. I was telling someone the membership of political parties, every political institution in this country, membership is now up to even 20,000. But you went to election, over 400,000 person voted for you. So that means you have to do the best you can. I think the government is still, enjoying the confidence of the Liberian people while the opposition is sleeping. This is the time that you can work as a government and address some fundamental issue, the issue of health, fight corruption. We have lost election now because he didn't pay rules. He lost election because he failed to prosecute certain people. So the man promoting corruption. That's all. That's the only reason we have lost election. So if you can come and begin to go after individuals who are engaged in systemic corruption and restore public trust in the public sector, that would be very, very good. And the government should also shut down the mass choir at the executive mansion. They are always singing praises, and I'm happy that the United Party came up with a very strong statement that this issue of sickle fencing needs to stop. This is the same thing they did to WIA. Some of them, we knew them. They were not fair to WIA. And we said, President WIA, these people are liars. But again, they did not listen. And I'm sure today they are nursing the wounds of their defeat. And I'm hoping that this government will do better.
Thank you very much for that, Patrick. We're going to welcome Paul Kennedy and welcome the former representative of District Number 8, Akaris Mosey Gray. Guys, we are so behind on time. We ask you, please, just in 1 minute, do your intro. We'll be bringing in for the formula because of the announcement made by the police director, Gregory Coleman. So we have to hear from him when he said nobody's above the law, and we'll be discussing the Capitol building issue. So again, Paul Kennedy, just 1 minute, guys. We got to jump into this. A lot to be discussed tonight, folks. Sorry we couldn't recognize you officially, but we said thank you for joining Spoon today. All of our followers found us on YouTube, on Facebook, Spoon Talk, again on Fabric, on Super, on Instagram. Just share the show. Tell somebody. Spoon Talk is on. Let's have a great program tonight. Thanks for joining us as always. If you can just go on your Facebook page and share the show, that would be great. Just go there, share, even with one person. That would be marvelous. And we appreciate you. Paul Kennedy, welcome, my brother. Talk to us.
Good evening, colleagues. Good evening to the Liberian people who are always, listening and participating. I, always said that the one common denominator we have is Liberia. And this is why we are always here listening and providing, information, clarifying some of the information we have on the forward march and progress of our country. Of course, we will be elating and elevating the good news, but also spot checking those ones that have the potential to, derail our country. So I'm always glad to be here, Stanton, and good evening to my colleagues on the panel.
Thank you very much, Paul. Honorable Greg, can you please? 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. Basically, let me say thank you very much for the invite. I feel very, very much important. And if you don't say you feel important, we'll say that for you. To my friend Paul Kennedy and the rest of the people, Doc, how are you? We gotta recognize I'm a champion of I'm a he for she. In fact, I'm a one of Liberia first he for she in the legislature when I was there. So I want to say good afternoon or good evening and good morning to everyone across the world. And I hope we'll have a very good show today because I'm very concerned about the statement coming from the director of police. I've gotten some security briefing from within sector of the national security apparatus of the country, which is very troubling. And we can focus on other issues like the founders ministry issues, so just the issues you want to bring about. We are ready to discuss those issues. But I'm concerned about the troubling statement being made by the director of police today. It's very troubling.
Thank you very much. And that's our lead statement for tonight, our lead topic for tonight. Gregory Coleman, the IG, the police commissioner, Gregory Coleman, will be getting into that statement, and we hope you get all your information set. From past to present, the building was burned down. Let's give 1 minute to the current representative of District Number 7, Bond County, Representative Fode Fambula. Welcome to the show. Can you unmute, sir?
I said good evening to my fellow colleagues, and I would like to say hi up to my sister. I learned that you are in the country. I pray that that young man from Nimba will not take my sister away, because I learned that you have a trip to Nimba. But I say good evening to Orogwe, good evening to candidate, my good friend Vandana Patrick, Mo Ali, and Omer Jackson. I believe today's conversation will be more productive, and a lot of information will be provided to further inform the Liberian people. And I look forward to a very good show.
Thank you, guys. Again, when you're not speaking, just mute yourself. When you're ready to speak, you can unmute, but also have better sound system. We want to welcome all of you. Thank you for sharing the show. Continue to share. Let's just jump right into it, Dr. Richardson. Let's start. Should we first address who's in the country first year issue, or we'll go directly into Gregory Coleman and what is happening? That's the lead story. Let's get into it. We can make that other who's who in the country an issue later. But again, the burning of the Capitol building, guys, is very serious. The entire world watching, right? December 18, I believe, it was December 18 we woke up, the Capitol building went down. You can see wherever, part of the building, all of the building. In America, they will condemn the entire building. Right now, they are the City Hall. Probably, the State of the Nation address will take place at the Sultana Pavilion. Whatever the case is, how did we get here? That's the question people are asking. Since 1957, 1958, 1959, under Tubman, why today the Capitol building was burned down? Who's responsible? A lot of people questioning who's responsible. We're going to play President Bwaka. After he received the information and he went on site, what did he say? We're going to play Gregory Coleman, the first day, what Gregory Coleman said. The Liberia National Police sent 2 trucks of police officer to Safoko home. Fonati Kofa was called. Other individuals were called. Then we're going to get in the conversation. On that day, you saw the building burning, like World War II, World War I. Whatever your history will tell you, when they hit America, you call the Chinese plane name, Yamashika, Hawashiku, wherever the names would be.
Nagasaki.
Yeah, Iwasaki, Yamashika, wherever it is. Don't let me spoil the people near, I beg you. Yeah.
Nagasaki.
But you saw the flame, it was burning. Young men and women told we're going back to 1990. President Joseph Walker received the information. He went directly to the Capitol building. Let's hear him.
To our members of the first branch of government, media, we just want to say here, we're here to console them for this despicable, unpatriotic act that are taking place here. There's a lot of wanton destruction that is going on in this country. Beginning with this, we're not going to tolerate this anymore in this country. We are a poor country, people are trying to help us, and other people are bent on destroying this country. You have problem. We have the rule of law. We have every way in this place to be able to listen to you. But we're not going to accept this. And we're asking the Minister of Justice, all of the security apparatus, including our friends, to investigate this letter. People who are culprit, we will deal with them, and we'll set the tune for all other people who, when they get angry, they burn down the police, they destroy this. We're not going to allow this. So we just want to say, to console the members of the first family in this government, that we're in sympathy with them, but this destruction will have to stop. And we're not going to allow this to happen in this country. But people who have problems, we have the way to remedy all the issues in this country. So that's all I have to tell you. I'm happy that you are here. You will look at yourself, but we're not going to settle for this. This is not a place for hooligans. This is a place for responsible people who are here to serve the Liberian people. This country is poor, and I don't care what they do, we'll build this country for the interest of future generations. Thank you.
His Excellency President Joseph Nyuma Boakai is there speaking to the media, and he was very, very, not.
All right, so there we have it. There we have it, folks. Let me just remind us a little bit before we go to Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam, in the order which we came in, Mo Ali, Vandela Patrick. This actually caught the international community eyes. Dr. Richardson talked to us. Now the police adjutant came up. We're going to play what exactly he said. But now you heard from the president. That's the origin. The Capitol building is on fire, burned down. Talk to us.
So I just want to say hi to my fellow panelists when we came on earlier. All of you weren't on, so hello to all of you. And Representative Family, I was in our hometown today. So just to let you know, we'll talk about that in the back. You know, the president was right when he said that the act of burning the Capitol building was despicable. It was an unpatriotic act. It's a crime. You know, I don't condone that. As someone who stood by this rule of law and still stands by the rule of law, I don't condone that. However, my concern about the president's statement was when he used the word, this is a place for serious people, I believe, and I may be quoting him, or people who want to serve the country, and not a place for hooligans. I would have advised the president not to use such a word because he was sort of prejudicing the investigation in a way, okay? He was already suggesting that there were hooligans who are working at the Capitol building that may have contributed to the burning of the Capitol. So I know he meant well, you know, it is a despicable act. It's an unpatriotic act. It's a crime. We all want to condemn it. It's our country, it's our Capitol building that we love so much. It's iconic to me because it's a building that I remember seeing with gold top, now with black top. So I actually would hope that whatever investigation or whatever result that they got from the investigation is supported by some serious forensic conclusions. I just hope that we're not just going to say we have someone and we don't have our backup system that is, you know, that is definitely defined by forensic support. Because if we do, then we'll be witch hunting, and I'm sure we're not doing that. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. You said something that we're on a long conversation today, and other people, and they were very concerned about the president's statement on the first day. But you raised the issue up, and thank God we have people both in and out of government that would speak to those things that were said by the president. Uncle Sam, your take, sir.
Okay, so I do agree with the president that the act was despicable. It was undemocratic, not nationalistic, and it was an attack against our labor democracy, clearly. And every Liberian should condemn it and condemn it forcefully. But the issue I have with the president is that he takes this issue and he politicizes it. And toward the end of his statement, he says, I don't care what people do, we will build this country. It's like a wedge. It's like that there's some people who just waiting for something to fly up in this country and it will be like a victory for them. I don't know where that mindset comes from. That there are people really waiting and clapping that there will be an implosion in the country. That there are people waiting for some confusion so they can profit from it. That's not unity. Liberia has been a lawless country for most of its existence. 135 wars. 72 crew chiefs were executed in 1915 by Daniel A. Howard. The last major war before 1989 was the Sastan-Juanimle War. And then in 1955, the coup that failed, S. David Coleman, where there was a complete evisceration of opposition by the True Whig Party. This is the historical context. Post-war, because of the lack of adequate demobilization, disarmament, and especially rehabilitation and reintegration, we have a country which is dysfunctional. You see mob violence. You see the burning of police stations. You see other things that have been happening. The burning of the Capitol was just a culmination of all of the lawlessness in the country. But we have not had leadership that have sought to erect checkpoints against the lawlessness that we have in this country. And President Joseph Boyka, if he wants to be fair, he wants to be honest, he should first start with the imposition, the coordination of the rule of law in all facets of our democratic governance, including the illegal, undemocratic, and unconstitutional removal of a speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Sam, let's respect the 2 minutes. We have many, and there's other folks in the back. So again, I want to say thank you very much for laying that out. We'll come to Mo Ali. As a panelist, folks, let me be very clear. You guys always ask this question. Mo Ali is on Spoon Talk as one of our panelists. He been with us before the election, and he is with us after the election. Also, we'll also be joined by Stephen Johnson thereafter. So seeing them, they are not in a capacity as government representative on this show. Mo Ali, please. Welcome to the show again. Let's talk on the issue.
Well, Steve, start out. The people can't divorce themselves from their official position, though.
Well, we'll have that argument.
They're serving as spokesperson of the government.
That's a whole different argument. I have to make it clear from the network standpoint. So you can have that political argument later. Moali?
Thank you, Stanton. I don't know why Councillor Anthony Clinton always feels jittery when I'm about to talk, but that's okay. I listened to the president's statement, and there are a few things I captured from there. When the president said, this place is not a place for hooligans, it's a place for respectable people. I agree with him. That's first point. And we all know that the Capitol building is not supposed to be for hooligans. If the police have come out to say that the burning is as a result of arson attack, civilized people, civil people, peaceful people don't put fire on the Capitol building to burn it. The hooligans that can do it. So if hooligans go there and put it on fire, it is not for them. That place is not for them. Nowhere in Liberia, as a matter of fact, is for lawless people. Nowhere in Liberia is for hooligans. Liberia is for Liberians, peaceful Liberians. On the other comment about no matter what they do, we will build this country. And Uncle Sam said is driving the wedge. No, Uncle Sam. If I say no matter what you do, I will succeed, what it shows is determination. That no matter the distraction, no matter the pulling down, I am determined to succeed. So when the president says, no matter what they do, we will build this country, then you say, it's driving the wedge. What it means is that when you say we'll build the country, it's being divisive. In my opinion, that's what it means. So Uncle Sam and everybody who understands the president's statement like that is telling us that nobody should say we are determined to build our country. And I don't see how any of those statements prejudice the police investigation or prejudice the case. And also the thing about, we have to bring external forensic investigators. I don't disagree with it. Okay, but so what if we don't bring them and the police bring overwhelming evidence to say person A committed a crime? Should we not accept it because we didn't bring we didn't bring external investigator, forensic investigator? I would say no. However, if there are doubts, whenever there are doubts, to clearly doubt and to make sure that, the findings by our security forces are good, are trusted, and we say the only way we can trust it, I will join the clarion call to say, yes, let's bring external investigators to do that. But that does not in any way mean that I don't believe that in this case, the police are going to take a side. Because, like Uncle Sam said, this Capitol building, the entire Capitol Hill, is a symbol of our civilization, of our democracy. The Capitol building.
Thank you very much, Mo. Yeah, I beg you, Mo. We gotta respect it. We gotta respect the time. I'm better trying to watch it. Thank you. Thank you, Mo. The Vandela Patrick, the same 2 minutes. You start at 5:10, 10:10 in Liberia. You should be done by 5:10.
So, CEO, quickly, I'd like to commend the police IG for his decision to come out, with his report. But there are some fundamental issues that we have to look at. And I don't want to pretend here, when the president of the country speaks and sets the agenda, all other officials of government will have to fall in line. When the president said that when people get vexed and bring down buildings, that in my mind prejudice the investigation. It's a fact. Who would dare go contrary to what the president said? No one. In the president's view, there was an assault attack. So any other investigation will have to fall in line. I'll give you an example. When President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I think during the July 26th celebration, the executive mansion on the 4th floor got a fire. It was rumored that people were planning to assassinate the president. And the Guinean president was visiting the country at that time. But again, the blame was thrown at the opposition. At the end of the day, it was discovered that it was an electrical shock. Prior to this burning of the Capitol building, there were reports of electrical shock at the Capitol building. My question is, I think for the family will better explain to us whether that problem was addressed. If that problem was not addressed, I don't also want to be judgmental to say the police lied. They have investigated, and Gregory Kuma is a renowned police officer. I trust his judgment, but I'm just very apprehensive at this time that the president already set the agenda.
Thank you very much, VP. Thank you, VP. Thank you very much. Let's go to Paul.
My 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. You can just watch your time yourself, please. Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton. So the question I will be asking myself is, how do we get here? We got here because of a simple misunderstanding that, sprouted out among our most distinguished legislative branch of government. A problem that they could not handle among themselves. That led to, the long discussion and disagreement among them. But does that lead me to assuming that the fireplace was initiated by anyone in the house? Absolutely no, because that would be a flawed assumption. What I'm happy about is that the police IG actually came out to say, listen, since the occurrence of this incident, we've actually launched an investigation that has gathered us some facts. And based on those facts, we will now be we'll go ahead and invite people who we see or we presume are persons of interest. Persons of interest in an investigation does not mean you are guilty or you are the one responsible it just means that through the investigation, we were able to link or have a spot that creates doubt, that may link that doubt to a particular person, and we're going to be calling the person for to collect testaments. Because the police is not judging anyone. The police job is actually to investigate, gather facts, and then forward the facts over to the prosecutor, that is the justice minister, who now runs it over to the court. The court is the only person who can tell you you are wrong or you are guilty or you are right, whatever their legal terminology is. So I'm really glad that, be what may, our system's not perfect, but the police has been able to launch an investigation, and through which now they've come to a conclusion that they've been able to identify people who will be further called over for testimony. So I think we are on
much, Paul.
As we go forward.
Thank you very much, Paul. Just point of correction now, it's not for testimony anymore. They have people of interest. They almost concluded the investigation, and they get reason now to forward them to court. And they are saying we're going to play the clip for everybody to listen. I'm glad to bring in the former representative of District Number 8, Akaris Mose Gray. Welcome to the show, Representative Gray.
Thank you very much. Let me say, basically, I think the thematic concern here has to do with the president's statement. Then we'll jump onto maybe the police director's subsequent statement and other things. So let me stick to the exigency of the matter. And what is the matter here is that, first and foremost, the president has implied in that statement that the building was bombed by hooligans. It's implied, it's understood, the president said he didn't give any clue for electrical fault or any other fault. The president said emphatically that this place is not for hooligans, responsible men. What does that presuppose? that hooligans took advantage of the situation and burned down the Capitol building. That's clear cut. So once the president of the country that should be the last person to speak on the verification of an accident of such comes up with any elementary investigation to conclude that the building was burned down by quote-unquote hooligans, this means that the police director cannot come up with any investigation that will contradict the president's assertion. The second fearful thing that the president has said, if you listen to the president, he said there's a lot of wanton destruction going on in the country. It shows the lack of law and order. That's the oldest demand of government to maintain law. The president is alluding to the fact that law and order has disintegrated and broken down. Because when he said a lot of wanton destruction, go back to the tape, it means that the country itself is not safe. And I see the police director is another discussion, telling people that if they were on Facebook, they're trying to make the country feel insecure, they will go after them, they will arrest them. But you cannot arrest the president. He has immunity, but the ordinary people who write on Facebook, who write on the social media, don't have those immunities. So my issue here with the president, and has always been the case, and somebody struck a very important point on this program tonight. The person says something very important, that when the fire gutted the executive mansion, I think that was 2006 Independence Day celebration, there was widespread speculation that people burned down that building. People got this suspended because of that. When the forensic investigation was concluded, it was concluded that it was an electrical fault. Now, when we reach to the issue of the police investigation, I will be able to speak whether we trust the independence of the police, whether the police itself should be investigated. We'll reach to that point. But I want to rest on this point that the president of the Republic of Liberia has indeed put a wedge in the discussion that any report will not be trusted. But me, I don't believe so.
Thank you very much, Akaris Moses. Great. I'm going to bring it on before the formula. Let's stick to the president comment. We're going to take it easy tonight because, again, the people of Liberia got to be actually the one listening to us and making those decisions. So let's go ahead. For the formula, Representative District Number 7, Boncante. You got on mute for it.
So, Stanton, before I talk anything about the president or say anything about the president comment, I would like for you to observe the foreign dates of violence at the level of the Capitol building. The first thing is that on October 17, lawmaker lawyer told the former speaker went at the Capitol building, nailed all of the doors, threatened colleagues, and said people could not use the John chamber. On the 11th of November, all of us woke up to a sad news that lawmaker lawyer to the former speaker went in the St. John chamber, unscrewed all of the chairs there. You saw a propagandist leaflet passing around saying they were conducting renovation on that same part of the building. So there have been some destruction taking place in that same part of the building. Every one of us here, we are aware. The only thing we will not want to do is to be very fast to jump to conclusion in such a case where we believe the police is conducting an active investigation. You are aware when the director of the Senate Police said on your media, he named people who were responsible for the destructions of those chairs in the John chamber. You are aware, the recordings are there, the records are there, right on your own platform. For me, I think the fact that the police and the joint security, the fire service, and all of them have taken the issue very serious to come to the bottom of this matter. And today they have said, yes, they are convinced that there are people of interest. I think let us give the investigators the chance to come up with those names. Like the police director have said,
that they have communicated with some of the people of interest. We need to know their names. We need to know who are those who have been invited by the police, because chronologically there are records of violence activities taking place that have taken place in that part of the building, especially in the joint chamber, by people that we know them, and they are on records of even saying that they carry on some of the actions. So it's something that'll give the police this opportunity to investigate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative for the family. Let me bring in Councillor Clinton. Talk to us, Councillor Clinton.
Look, I disagree with everyone on this platform who, in their opening, said they agree with what the president said when he went to the Capitol building. Look, the cross of the president's message at the Capitol building was there was a fire that was caused by someone. That was his message, that the Capitol building was burned by a person or group of persons. Mind you, at the time the president arrived at the Capitol building, some parts of the Capitol building was still on fire. No one had done any preliminary investigation for the president to have suggested that this was an act that was done by anyone. By doing that, the president already prejudiced the investigation. We know in Liberia, in countries like Liberia, where the influence of the presidency is so huge, when you do that, it becomes a mandate for law enforcement. So it is almost impossible for the police to come up with an alternative theory if the president have already said that he believes that this is arson. The president had no business saying what he said. What he needed to do that day was to say he regretted the situation and he wants an investigation. Instead, he said that this was asked by hooligans. We don't know at the time the president spoke. No one knew what happened at the Capitol building. There was absolutely no. Outside, like I said, the Capitol building in some parts was still burning. Yeah, you have a president saying that this was an incident of fire. So the president already pressurized an investigation, and we know exactly what happened. I'm surprised that we are still talking about persons of interest. We know that with our investigation, the police invited a few people as persons of interest. What did the police base that information on? That they in fact invited persons of interest. So why are we still talking persons of interest? At this stage, they should be talking suspect, but they're still talking persons of interest. Look, this is a calculated attempt by the government to target members of the opposition in their grand scheme of things to remove and have a UP.
Thank you very much, Governor Clinton, as always. Let's have a beautiful program this evening. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. Welcome to the show, Isaac Doe. Your 2 minutes start now. We'll also welcome Gibson Jeru thereafter. Minister Doe, go ahead, talk to us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So, December 18, the Capitol got on fire. Few minutes later, December 18, President Boakai arrived at the Capitol when the Capitol was on fire. And he said, all those responsible for the destruction will not let them go. Today, I listened to the director appointed by President Boakai give you some press statement. In my mind, he was coming to tell the Liberian people, what did the police know? I thought that was what he was coming to say. I thought he was coming to tell the Liberian people, where were the police when supposedly someone set the Capitol on fire? I thought he would have told the Liberian people, how were the police in charge of the Capitol and how did someone enter in it? Where were they? What? I've always heard the professional people. That's what I really thought he would have been telling the Liberian people. But he was reconfirming what the men who appointed him to serve say. Let me ask on the show. President Boakai said those who put the fire on the building will hold them. Someone here expect President Boakai appointee to say no, President Boakai, where you sit, aren't you? The Papa was given the instruction that you must catch people who put the fire on building, who put the building on fire. How can President Barker, police director, say President Barker, no, you are not saying the truth thing? We knew long time that President Barker has already investigated, and he told the country that somebody, people, somehow, somewhere burned the building. So we only now expected the police now to be telling us their own part and not to reconfirm what President Barker told us long time. I don't think so. Who here really expected President Barker police to say, no, President Barker, you're wrong? How is that ever possible? So we are not interested in what the police says on who put building on fire or who bring fire on the building. We only want to know the police's own part they play. Where were they? They were in charge of the building. My understanding is they are professional security people. Which part of the building they were standing? Where did the person pass? They need to give us some idea. Did the person jump over the fence? Which part of the fence the person actually jumped over? Where were they standing when the person jumped? Those are what we should be hearing. Not telling us what we already know from what President Barker said, because allegedly he had already conducted an investigation and he told the country it was fire, it was him who put the fire on it. The only thing I will end up to say, the police needs to give justice a chance and invite independent people to investigate an incident that the police is involved in.
Thank you very much, Minister Isaac Doe. Welcome to the show, Brother Gibson. Jerry will go back there after we play the IG video. Then we'll get into exactly what the IG said, folks. Those of you that are on the radio, again, we appreciate you. Invite somebody to listen to the Spoon Talk. This is a big day in our country. The Liberia National Police, the Liberia National Fire Service Department, they all came together today to have a press conference on this issue of December 18, 2020, December 18, 2024. Brother Gibson, Jerry, talk to us.
Okay. First of all, let me say thanks to the IG for coming up to at least update the public what he thought was relevant. We carry as breaking news, so that's good. I am a little bit confused when the IG said those persons of interest that they know themselves and they must cooperate, and if they don't come, they will be arrested. I don't know how you can still make it classified. I don't know what classification is that. You got to go to the National Security Committee, and the National Security Committee will have to declassify it before he can come and name the person of interest. I think the people are playing politics still. They're not ready to tell the Liberian people what they want to do. At this point in time, we're not interested in person of interest anymore. We are interested in suspects because we already have person of interest from the very beginning. You have taken more than 2 weeks to investigate. You are going to the third week to investigate. You still have person of interest, and you are describing an Arson. And he even said in his video, in his briefing, that there were multiple spots of accelerants. And fire got at the building at different points. But then when the journalist asked a question from LBS and said, you said you are going to bring experts to help to do the investigation. And he said, the place is still sealed up. We still preserve the place is still sealed up. So I'm a little bit confused. What is the IG really trying to drive at? What did he really come to say today to the Liberian people? How many of us don't know that it was a fire incident? How many of us don't know that the president already told us an Arson, that hooligans burned the place? We are already aware. What we expected the IG to come today to tell us, German, we have effected the arrest of John Brown, Peter Brown, and they are presently undergoing questioning for their alleged involvement in the burning of the Capitol. According to our information, we are very sure that the participant of the investigation is going to proceed.
Thank you, Gibson.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Gibson, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, if I interrupt you, I'm sorry because we have to move as per the given time. We have many on the show. We got a lot of story to cover. Again, we have listened to the president. I do believe that the president position on that day for Mantec, I do believe that the president position was very strong. It was welcoming. There will be no way. Listen, guys, let me put this out. Opposition will be opposition in this point. Anything the president say, whether then or now, they will still put it on the president. That's something you put on President Barker for the people to understand. Maybe we'll get to it. But the president's statement, I think it was in place at the time. He was very forceful. And I do believe that we can pass the president's statement and come through the investigation process. The investigation process now, I mean, let me ask everybody on the show. Do you respect Gregory Coleman? You think Gregory Coleman will play that partisan role in this investigation? Do you think Gregory Coleman, through it all, and the fire's chief, yeah, they were appointed by Joseph Boakai. But let's be fair, real quick, I beg you, if you want to fight, if not, that's okay. Dr. Richardson, before we play this clip from Gregory Coleman today, do you think Gregory Coleman will play the very, very unique, transparent, and role to investigate and turn over to the court? And exception of the political opposition or imposition interest that some people are alluding to?
So, Stenton, I trust and respect the expertise of Gregory Coleman. I respect law enforcers, the police officers. However, the issue is more about the Liberian people. Do the Liberian people trust our legal system? Considering everything that we've been through, we just had a legal case with the anti-rule of law versus the rule of law at the Supreme Court, and you saw the huge discrepancy in terms of the interpretation of the law that occurred. We also have had so many cases.
Before I go to the court, I know you couldn't generalize the legal system. I want us to play the tape and come back. But do you think Gregory Coleman, as Gregory Coleman, Dr. Richardson, Colonel Gray will come to you just before a bit. I'm begging you. You got something coming in?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody will answer this question briefly for 30 seconds. Dr. Richardson, again, do you think Gregory Coleman that we know, his past or his present, he's going to be fair?
I don't know if I can't answer that question because I already answered it. I don't know if it's the right question. It's not about Gregory Coleman at this moment for me. It is about do the Liberian people trust the legal system? Gregory Coleman can be as fair as he can. But if the Liberian
asking whether it's Gregory Coleman, because people saying, well, because President Barker said X, Y, and Z, Gregory Coleman is running with it. I have a different view. If you know Gregory Coleman, regardless that you're going to tell you are appointed, he's a UPC here and there, I think that the Gregory Coleman that I know, that I can talk to, something is telling me different. But let me go to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, the Gregory Coleman you know, what do you think? Presenting the case, investigating, having sleepless night. Do you think he's working as a police director for country or for party?
But okay, let's just go to recent history. He went to the prison compound without any legal effect. I mean, contravention of court order, and did an extraordinary rendition of a Guinean or Liberian citizen into Guinea with an airplane waiting at the airport. So that's not the Gregory Coleman that I know, the buster that I respect. It's not the same guy. The same thing that people will say about Patrick Sudu in investigation of the three missing boys, in investigation of the death of the auditors. The same thing, it's all political. The police, RG, unfortunately, the position is heavily politicized. So the buster that I know, that I respect, is not the buster that I see operating today as IG of the National Police. Because he took at least 2, possibly 3 people, extraordinary rendition.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let's make it fast, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much.
It's important you
Uncle Sam, we gotta go. We're just going to 30 seconds.
No, but I mean, my 30 seconds have to be re-emphasized. You ask a question, and I'm going to answer you again. that I don't recognize this IG who is operating today. I don't.
Okay, we got you. We got you. Mo Ali, regardless he's a unity partisan, regardless he was appointed by the president, are you seeing a fair investigation here, Mo Ali, by Gregory Comer?
So, Stanton, let me take it from this angle. The police in this case, or in any case, is not the judge. Eventually, the police is only there to gather evidence. Whether the police likes you or not, when they gather the evidence, those pieces of evidence end up in the court. So it is the court that will determine as to whether the police did.
In the process of gathering evidence, Mo Ali, are you seeing a fair Gregory Comer here?
Of course, absolutely. And that's why I think Gregory Comer and the police and the NSA and the CID should do their best to gather the best evidence, because I can trust them as much as I want, or I can distrust them as much as I want. If they don't gather the right evidence, it will not suffice in court. So what I am looking at is that gather the right evidence that will suffice in court in case you charge people and send them to court so that they can be proven guilty on the basis of the evidence that you've gathered.
Thank you very much, Mo Ali. Paul Canada, what do you think, guys? Let's squeeze this thing in 15 seconds. Do you think Gregory Comer would be that transparent, fair to the opposition, in position to the majority black and minority black? We're hearing that maybe representative will be arrested, maybe folks that are closer to representative work in the offices, that picking there, the people they know will be arrested. Do you see this investigation under Gregory Comer before he turns everything over to the court? We will have a fair Gregory Comer investigating?
The answer to that question is yes. I see a fair, transparent, objective, professional IG. And you know, we're trying to sectionalize the country by making sentimental arguments that because the man was appointed by a unity party government, so he's a unity party police. The police IG is the director of police of the Liberian National Police. And as a professional man who is imposed with all of the cadres of the police professionalism, he needs to do the right thing. And that's the kind of objective lens through which I'm looking at him. And I'm giving him all reasonable doubts that he can be able to perform that.
Thank you. But Honorable Fambula, real quick, what do you think? You muted.
I think I believe let all of us let us stop politicizing this investigation. It's something very grave. One of the most historical sides of our country was gutted by fire. It is better we wait on the investigation and see or listen to the evidence available, then we can run our decision. But I think the police who need to do that work, and let us wait for the evidence that will come before us. The fact that there are people of interest, they don't listen to the news.
Do you think this police is doing the work far from politics?
I believe they are doing that work far from politics, because I'm not seeing any interference from anyone.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Honorable Harris Mose Gray. Honorable Gray, what mean? You give us your thought real quick.
Basically, a character like Gregory Comer, who is the IG, should recuse himself from the process for a few reasons. I look at the comportment of Gregory Comer during the fight between the majority and the quote-unquote minority bloc. The other side, the police became politicized.
You asking him to recuse himself?
Yeah, I will come there. By providing maximum security for the quote-unquote majority bloc and leaving the minority vulnerable, your camera pick up all of those scenarios. The police provided maximum security for the Capitol building. The majority black made a request to the police. The IG admitted to that. They provided maximum security to the police, to the Capitol building. The police were sleeping there. The area got out with fire, and there's no police officer under investigation. The police is a party to the conflict that those police officers that were there should be investigated. Once the police director cannot investigate them, he should recuse himself because they are party to the burning of the Capitol building that they claiming that were Arson and tie. The third point here, let's see. Gregory Comer, butt naked, A.B. Kumar, they provided the maximum security analysis protection for the Unity Party during the campaign. They were visible. Automatically, they have become partisan national security officers clear cut. Do we believe that any investigation of a partisan who paraded himself in the public glare, providing security protection for Unity Party and debating in the public glare, do you think he can independently adjudicate this matter? I listened to Mo Ali talking about they are only investigators, they adduce the evidence. Yeah, just quick. The evidence is so essential before the court. So those who adduce the evidence, if they are compromised, that means that the investigation is not independent. So
Thank you,
Gregory should
Colonel
recuse
Gray.
himself
I
from
think
this
you have spoken
investigation.
for
first and
Arson
foremost.
and Governor Clinton will go to Gibson Jeru. You have spoken for your base. Again,
Nobody, without operating a block here, please. Nobody operating a block here. We can no majority, minority block here. Yeah.
Go ahead, Clinton. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
So, to answer your question, I'm going to ask some questions, right? The first thing is, without any determination whether this was an arson, Gregory Coleman brought in some folks, he will call them suspects or persons of interest. At the time, there was no investigation. We didn't even know if this was arson or if this was electrical or nothing, but he had suspects. He brought it in. Does that look like anybody who was going to render any kind of fair investigation? Also, Uncle Samuel, an important point, a police director who is alleged to have, against the court orders, took someone out of jail and sent them to the Guinean junta. Does that look like somebody who's going to respect any of the laws in our country? The other thing I noted is there's been no investigation. The police, all the things they've done, they've not announced any investigation into the conduct of the police officer who were guarding the Capitol building. We know there were security people at the Capitol building guarding the Capitol building. The police haven't said anything as to whether they've asked those police or they're investigating it as to how anyone entered the Capitol building. Nothing yet. Does that look like any kind of fair investigation? And I believe I wrote one other thing here that Akaros mentioned. This police was seen visibly taking side. Instead of protecting all lawmakers, they were only there to protect the majority black. This is all on tape, by the way. Spoon recorded everything. Every time you saw Richard Cohen's people, you had the riot police and everybody got in there. And the majority black and the minority people, when they come, they stop there and they were pushing them back. This is not going to be any kind of impartial investigation. Look, the same way people were demanding that we needed independent investigation into 16 billion, 25 billion, whatever, we need independent investigation into this fire thing. We will not accept anything from Gregory Coleman and the Liberia National Police. And by the way, lots of respect for Gregory Coleman. This was one appointment as soon as President Walker made. I was like, okay, this is good. I'm just disappointed. Really, really disappointed.
Thank you. Thank you. Isidore, you want to go?
Oh yeah, Gregory Coleman is a political appointee, like Mo Ali is a political appointee, like Amos Stewart is a political appointee. So he's in a political position, number one. Let's go by the record. How do you know someone is fair? Let's forget about our own political thinking, our own political thinking. How do you know? Number one, Gregory Coleman led police at the CDC party headquarters. We all know about that. On a fake warrant obtained by LGEA. Number two here, Gregory Coleman arrested a protester who were believed to be seditious. Number three, I get it. He arrested Sekou Kalasco and he charged him for some terrorism, whatever it is. Let's go again. Protesters in Sinjar were killed. Gregory Coleman came up with his own judgment after those people were killed. Let's go another one. Everybody said it. Gregory Coleman took police to the Capitol to protect lawmakers. Gregory Coleman ended up protecting majority black. And you say fair? What fair are you talking about? The fair as in the dictionary, F-A-I-R or some other fair? I don't think that's the fair, right? He's a political appointee. We have seen what Gregory Coleman did over time. And let me tell you one thing he has not done. Quinn Johnson, who sees him every day, was accused, arrested by the police. She escaped for killing someone. Who has heard about Gregory Coleman talking about Quinn Johnson case? What is that fair you're talking about? He is a political appointee like Mo Ali. So of course he's a politician. What do you mean fair?
Thank you very much. Getting close on this and what your assessment on Gregory Coleman. I got to go to Mo Ali there, or then we'll play the video because it's only important. as to the political appointment issue. Gibson, talk to us.
I think I'm afraid I don't want to say anything before I go to jail. So I will pass on this. Go ahead, play the video.
You have to say something. You have never been a president. You have to say something.
Okay. Look, my only the guys raised very good points. The only point I wanted to add there is we have previous people call in as person of interest. Today, press conference, I would have expected that the police still hold them as person of interest, or they are no longer person of interest. There are new people who are person of interest. That
Do you think Gregory Coleman? Do you think Gregory Coleman would be transparent? He is transparent.
I think he will redeem himself. I think he will redeem himself. As a journalist, I want to look at it that way. I have my suspect, but I think he will redeem himself.
Thank you very much. But I'm going to skip you because I got to play this video. It's a lot. Let's listen to Gregory Coleman real quick.
Stento, why will you? No, Stento, I got something to react to very quickly. Very quickly.
Oh, you are one of the. You spoke already, Wally.
I was mentioned like several times, political appointee.
But
you know what Simply Azedo is saying that because police, that because police IGs are political appointees, therefore no police IG in the history of Liberia can ever be fair. They will always do as their political parties dictate. And you know where I learned that kind of syllogistic reasoning from Macaro's grave. It's called post hoc ego propter hoc. Because a police IG is a political appointee, therefore that police IG can never. So we'll go back to say every case investigated by the police under President Weah was not fair. Every case that police gathered evidence against people, it wasn't fair. And everything that the police said about the killing of auditors was not fair. Everything that the police said about the missing 3 boys were not fair, and nothing was just fair. Plain and simple. Case closed. We go home.
No, but I think we
gotta go, guys. Guys, we gotta go, guys.
You can't always be going back.
No, Stanton, you can't do that. It could be a Pandora box.
Guys, I owe you guys.
You can't always be going back to all the time.
I owe you guys for the next round, guys. Please.
Yeah, no, but he can't be texting you beyond begging you to come and tell the whole game.
I say, I beg you.
No,
so
but
let's
go. Let's but you can't always be going.
They call it asking why we have not said anything. You know, when it comes to investigation, there are a lot of things involved. So you got to take your time to go, through it so that we can get the facts out. Like you said, we have almost at the point of conclusion. And from our observation on the Capitol building, there were flammable substance used to allow in the cause of fire there. And so indeed, like you said, the funnel will probably be out, but we just want to briefly let you know that from our observation, there were flammable substance used that caused the fire at the Capitol building. Thank you.
To throw a little more light on this issue, as part of our investigative analysis, the electrical system at the Capitol building was duly assessed, and it has an automatic circuit breaker that should trip without there is a major short in the building that could lead to fire. Up to the time that the building was ablaze, the grid was still supplying power into the building, which is an indicator that it could not have been a short that caused that particular fire. More so, we also observed from the investigation that the smoke from the fire is consistent with that of an accelerant. The heavy, thick black smoke that we all saw coming from the Capitol building on that day. The color of the flame of the fire as well is also consistent with that of an accelerant as well. We also observe as part of the investigation that the fire an electric, if it was an electrical fire, it will have a specific place that it will have begun from. But in this case, there were multiple areas that we noticed that the fire picked up from. So it wasn't like from one particular location spreading throughout the room, but from multiple locations around the room. So at this point in time, we are definitive about calling it an arson. We have identified people of interest in this investigation. Those people of interest are being reached. We have sent out clear messages to them to come in to continue the investigation. And in the case where they do not show up, they will be arrested. There's absolutely no one in this country by the Constitution that is immune from such felonious act. And as such, it is our hope that people will willingly cooperate with this investigation. So far, so good. We haven't had any hostile posture from any of those that we would like to speak to. So we believe that that cooperation will be continued and that we will be able to subsequently brief you all when a full briefing has been done at the level of the National Security Council and some of our findings are declassified that we will be able to give out to the press.
Welcome again to the show. It's good to have everyone. Dr. Richardson, what do you make of this 3 minutes second press conference and what Gregory said here today?
It's not the evidence that I was looking for. I believe that IG Coleman is doing preliminary work. He gave a
You're harmonized, Dr. Richardson, internet? Yeah, you're doing it to Dr. Richardson too? You're harmonized your internet? Wow. Body or bow. Uncle Sam, come in. Maybe Dr. Richardson will come back. Come in.
I'm very shocked. I'm very shocked that the IG was not more definitive. He says there was an accelerant. He did not say what kind of accelerant.
I'm sorry. Let Dr. Richardson finish his back. Can you hear us, Dr. Richardson? Are you good?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I don't know what happened. Maybe my data is being harmonized, as you usually say, but I'm not sure. But you know, I was just saying that he said the fire was not caused by electrical problems because the building was still on the grid. You know, I believe that I needed more elaboration, more explanation, because I'm just a lay person. I have only a lay understanding of how the grid works and all of that stuff. Then he also said that the black smoke. Please explain more to us. IG black smoke is not consistent. I mean, it's consistent with an accelerant. The layman, I don't know about black smoke business, so please, I will in. And then he also said that the fire came out in multiple locations as opposed to one location. The onset of the fire appeared to come from multiple locations as opposed to one location. Usually he is telling me and educating me that usually when you have a fire from one location means that it was more likely an electrical problem. I'm just saying that he indeed his hypothesis or his you know, whatever his inferences could be right, but I just need more explanation to be more convinced, because we're talking about a legal case now. That's what I wanted to just add. I trust that he has more. He's just letting the public know bits and pieces now.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thanks a lot. Uncle Sam?
Yeah, but I mean, I cannot believe that the IG would be making generalizations like accelerate. Then he would be talking about people of interest. He didn't say suspects. He said people of interest. It's very instructive. So the investigation, according to me, as a layman, has not reached a point yet where there are definitive causes of the fire, where there are suspects, and other things like how did the suspects gain entrance to the building in the face of the massive security presence of the Liberian National Police, who were guarding the entrances, who the police officers were, what were their ranks, who were, I mean, there's so many on that. So look, for now, I believe because of the political nature of this, I think Gregory Cuomo, and I will agree with the Akaras Gray, should recuse himself and get an independent panel of experts due to the political nature of this. Because I can tell you now, if he arrests anybody of significance from the so-called minority bloc, it will be completely politicized. And the public, but I mean, the police has no credibility in this matter for now.
Do you think, let me interrupt you. Do you think Gregory Cuomo making the rights, right? Whether minority, black, or whoever, went to court, right? Provide all the evidence that he can provide. Here we are. One of the lawyers for the defendant would say, listen, Gregory, your men were over there last night on the day of this fire thing.
Yeah.
Did you talk to them? Can you bring them on? Let's ask them questions. Do you think the lawyer will have an argument to make?
It is a fair argument. I mean, this kind of case, because of the political nature and the incendiary nature of the case, requires independent investigation, like an independent prosecutor on an independent panel. It has to have an independent panel. The police has politicized it because they were in complete control of the premises. They were guarding all the entrance premises.
Thank you,
So
Uncle Sam.
they are responsible. They are part of it. They become what I would call a basically suspect in this whole matter, because there is no way without the acquiescence of people guarding the premises.
You are not calling the police our man in the Capitol building suspects. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let me leave it there.
No, I am.
I just want to be able to yell.
I
just want them to yell. Listen. I'm just going to repeat what you
got. I mean, I take full responsibility because if they were guarding all the entrances, and they were in all parts of the building, how did the suspects, how did the arsonists, the alleged arsonists, how did they gain entrance into the premises? That's a critical question.
Uncle Sam, thank you. Honorable Gray, come on, say something. We'll go to more Ali after you. I see that he's now on. Then we'll bring our brother Paul Kennedy. Are you going to call the Liberian National Police suspect here as well?
No, I don't just want to say suspect, but they are the prime suspect. They provided the maximum security protection for the area. There's no debate. For the director of the police to just abuse words, what I call malpractice, a deliberate abuse of words, calling people personal interest.
Can you spell that? Let me define it, please. Manawa?
MALAPROPISM. Malpractice. Okay. Yeah. No.
The UL boys talking.
Let me real. Don't test my IQs or stand up. That's something I did for many years. but no, stand on a very serious note. But this moment, police officer assigned that identical night or the entire week should have been under investigation. If the police director an arson attack, where did the people pass? The police remains a prime suspect. All attempts to investigate the police with all the concerns that we've raised, they've never called a single police officer. That prejudiced the entire investigation automatically. That's the first point. The second point here is that the
you don't know, Akaras Gray. You don't know whether they ask the police.
Let me finish now.
I said, Colonel Gray. That's sorry, not Colonel Gray. General Gray. You really don't know whether the Liberian National Police have investigated their own.
They've not announced
I will tell you. Look, let me say this to you. I know because we have a lot of people in the police that I know. Okay. They've never called a single police officer to question that police officer. But the first day, that retrospect, the police director indicated in the first interview that it was an arson attack. I think it's your journalist or another journalist asking the question. I thought that tape you were going to play before now. Without any evidence. If you listen today, the fire service director said from our observation, he didn't say there was a forensic investigation. He said our observation that we
Let me hold you right there and play the first interview of Gregory Coleman.
Thank you very much.
I've been instructed to place hold to individuals of interest in this investigation, and it is my hope that you will willingly come in and answer to whatever concerns there are, because this is the people's building, this is the people's assembly. It's the people's assembly, and we have to answer for them. So I would encourage those who have received the call to willingly come in. I would like to stop here and
the same story. Okay, so you want the one prior to this statement?
Yeah, maybe your guy can get it up, but he said that, and the journalist
Stand down.
asked him during the question.
Stand down. Stand down.
Wait 1 minute, I beg you. Yeah, Honorable Gray already exhausted his time. Just wait, let's give him a few more seconds.
No, I'm not. Don't do that, man.
Go ahead, Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray,
no,
go
don't
ahead.
do that. Don't do that to me.
I'm saying finish up. They say I couldn't do that.
Yeah, while we finish, you brought something to play. You want to get a lawmaker? I
want you to finish speaking, please.
Yeah, let me finish. You know, we cannot trust any investigation by the police because the police is conflicted by their presence on that day. That's one. The second point here is that when the United Party was in opposition on the $25 million mock-up estimate, and out of the quote-unquote $16 billion, they said they did not trust the General Auditing Commission to do the audit and do the analysis. They demanded an independent investigation. That has the core committee came in. We are demanding an independent international investigation, because the first report by Gregor Coleman, the fire service director of the fire service, did not give any information on arson attack. He concluded in that first interview that it was an arson attack. Today, when the fire service director is saying is what he observed. He didn't say what they did, critical analysis of forensic arrangement. And before I close, on this note, I have prima facie that there will be series of arrests by the police RG, ranging from Belete office to the Speaker office to Focus office and some members of the opposition community. The situation may appear chaotic. When I say chaotic, I'm not talking about anybody causing destruction. It will create a serious scene of insecurity in the country.
That will be the conclusion of this conversation. Let's hold you right there.
A serious scene of insecurity. We have all the evidence, and we are watching the situation by the director of police.
Honorable Gray, let's hold you right there. Thank you very much. Mo Ali, please. We are getting to a place that we got to be forceful now.
Stand down before you get more. I wanted to bring in few facts. Then we can understand from where we come.
Actually, I beg you. After Mo will be poor and you, I beg you, sir. Go ahead, Mo.
So, Stanton, I am not a mouthpiece for the police. I am not a defender of the police. The police has capable people, and to attempt to be a mouthpiece of the police would mean that I am part of the police force. So if accusations are made against the police people, they will come here to defend themselves. But what I want to say is that the moment I heard today that the show will discuss this issue, this case, which is very, very sensitive, I knew that any of such discussion would prejudice the case. And you know, normally when people know about crime, or they feel that people connected to them are complicit in the crime, especially in our geopolitical setting, what they do is to cast a doubt and make allegations and preempt what will happen, because they know that, for example, the police have got the evidence, maybe, and they say, oh, Mo Ali will be arrested because Mo Ali is an opposition. They will allow Mo Ali to say he committed a crime. And this is exactly what I expected today. When somebody say, oh, the police people were there, they were protecting the majority bloc, then they link the majority bloc to the UP, when in fact the majority bloc is a combination of political parties. When in fact at that time the majority bloc was being presided over by a sedition, a founding member of the CDC, Honorable Thomas Fala, who and the Unity Party have never had anything in common.
No, point of correction, quick. Just a point of correction on that.
I gotta beg you, Honorable Great. Let you finish. You will correct what he's done, please.
Yeah, because Kun was already elected.
Okay. Okay,
yeah.
So
when you look at the timeline of events, the first day the majority bloc said we're going to sit in session to present our case. The person who was insulting the presiding at the time when former Speaker Kufa was out was a sedition attacking another sedition. Edward Papi Flomo causing Thomas Palama. Nobody was elected at that time. The next time, when the majority bloc was attacked, they are not had any election. It was Deputy Speaker and presiding at the time of sedition, Thomas Pala presiding, when other seditions went there and carried pepper spray and sprayed them. These are facts that are timeline. It had nothing to do with Unity Party. It had nothing to do with any political party. What it had to do with group of lawmakers from diverse political background coming together to say, we don't want this person, and another group of lawmakers from diverse political background coming to say, we agree, and they engage into violence. In any case, Stanton law enforcement officers will always come to the defense of the people that are vulnerable. In this case, even though the lawmakers were in majority, but they appear vulnerable because they did not have arms, the minority black had arms, they had pepper spray, and they attacked. They were the attacking force. And so in any case, the police was going to protect the other people. If they were the other way around, that the majority bloc are gone into the plenary to attack the minority bloc, they were going to protect them. That's why they say always protect the vulnerable. But like I told you today, Stanton, once we discuss this case, you are going to hear these kind of things which will prejudice any outcome of or any investigation. Thank you.
So thank you, guys. We got to be in and out. We have the 4 individuals in the back. Panelists want to be in. We'll bring you in once it's your time to speak. We got to close up on the subject to be continued on it. Let's just make rounds really quick. I want to bring in for the Fumbler, talk to us. Where you stand with this one?
Done. The first thing is that sometimes when things stay a little bit, people get to forget about what has happened. I would like to give you a clear chronological path as to what really unfolded at the level of Capitol building. 1. On October 17, lawmaker loyal to Fanatic Kofa went at the Capitol building and knew all of the doors, all of the chambers doors. That was violent. On the 11th of November, the same group of lawmakers went at the Capitol building, not just near the door, they unscrewed all of the chairs, sitting capacity within the joint chamber. On the 12th of November, their actions in similar manner failed to stop the majority bloc from sitting. They went there again and sprayed the majority member of the House of Representatives. Thereafter, on the 9th of December, the same lawmaker went, they bust in the place again and misbehaved. Similar thing followed up to the 18th when we saw the same John Chamber busted in flames.
Hold on 1 minute. Whosoever would put in the stuff, please, if you have the list for this,
the first thing we need to understand here is that If Honorable Gray want to politicize this issue, as if it is Satan in hell that king on earth and burn the place down, let us look for Satan and go arrest him. What the police has informed us now is that there's someone responsible for this action, and that person will be investigated properly, and there will be evidence presented to the Liberian people for those people to be prosecuted. It's just unfortunate for our colleague on this platform to politicize the investigation. You can take your politics somewhere else, but the state house, hey man, it's just unfortunate that I understand the importance of this house.
For Honorable Fode, if you can hear me, Honorable Fode, is it a fair question or fair concern by some folks of the opposition that the Liberia National Police were the one protecting that building?
It's not fair. There's the first reason why. The first thing I agree, and few of the guys who comes from the CDC say, because when we were leading the country in the past 6 years, all the things we used to do, the people say was political. So now, even if the wrong thing has happened, we should say political too. That's the kind of country we live in. We live in a country where people like Asedo, Keith, and Samuel Jackson are on record that they believe anything that happens in the country, they should propagate the negative side of it. They should not be able to be more objective.
But leave the panelists now. Let's talk about the issue. You are saying
the issue here.
Excuse me, sir.
It's not fair to politicize this issue. Let all of us.
Sir, excuse me. You are saying it's not fair to bring about. You have the Liberia National Police protecting this building under their own security system, their own manpower. The building, you protected the north gate, the south gate, you protected the entire perimeter.
Not the Liberia National Police.
Excuse me, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, you said not the Liberia National Police. On the day the police the building got burned, who are protecting the building?
I give you a few names. The last time there was major destruction made carried out on that building, the director of the Senate Police made mention of names of people who are associated with the minority bloc.
I'm not asking
Moreover,
that's not my question. I'm asking
there are legislative security on the ground.
So you are saying today there was no Liberia National Police person?
I'm saying there are legislative security on the ground, but the investigation were established as to who were those on the ground.
My question is directly: were there Liberia National Police person on the day?
But still, how will I answer that question when I'm not on the ground? The Capitol building, the place got on fire.
You just said.
I said they should not politicize the issue. We should wait on the evidence available.
Thank you, Honorable Fode. Thank you very much, Honorable Fode family. It's always good that we can get on Spoon Talk and make these arguments. We're going to welcome Jackie Glennie. We're going to welcome retired Colonel Ed Remy Great and our brother Vendetta Patrick. We have to be in and out because we have many on the show. Like today, we have 16 on the show. So guys, please don't leave if you're in the back. We'll just be in and out to make our case. All right. Thank you very much.
I can go to bring somebody else in.
Exactly. So let's come to you. Do your own talking, and everybody.
Then I will leave, and then other people can come in. So
go ahead.
So, I think the issue have been really discussed here. I have a few questions for the RG to answer because I'm a member of the public. My first question is, what does it really mean that accelerant to a use? Can he say whether it was gasoline, fuel oil, kerosene, or some kind of plastic, or some kind of sponge or foam? What was that? Because it said they investigated.
Mr. Gibson, it was the director of fire service that made that statement.
No, the director said there was accelerant use. He said,
make your point.
When they play the video, then you can say that later. So, are the previous person of interest, are they still being held or considered person of interest? And if they are not, was it necessary for the police to come out today and say the previous people that we held as person of interest are no longer part of this, and we have released them and we have told them to move on with their life? We have a new set of person of interest. Why not suspect instead of person of interest? After almost 3 weeks of investigation, We still have people of interest. They said they investigated. In Kimbo, it was an arson. They said they investigated. And they know people that they want them to report now, otherwise they'll be arrested. So they are sure that these people are suspects. They can be charged. They are no longer person of interest if you are threatening them with arrest. Did the police say, based on the observation? No, let me just ask my question and I'll leave because I'm going to be leaving. I'm giving the people a chance. Or maybe I'll be in the background for a long time. What do you mean by based on observation? The fire service director and the police director, RG, did not come to clarify. Observation? And you say you did investigation? Is it investigation or observation? The other one I want to know, you said the police director said the electrical grill was still running when it happened. The electrical grill was still running? When the fire is on, there's no breaker in there that can automatically, to my little small house, I got breaker. As soon as something happened, the breaker trip. And then everything go up and he said the grill was still running while the fire was burning. Then the other one, is any police officer being questioned at this time? Can the police director tell us what are his police officers that were assigned? Have they been questioned? Or are they all exonerated? Or were there no police officer present? Can he tell us so we can remove all of our allegations against the police officer? Why are the persons of interest classified? Why are they classified? You arrested people, you didn't make it classified. You arrested people, you didn't make it classified.
We want to say, Gibson, don't go too far. You'll be in the back. Don't go too far, Gibson. Well, please don't go. We got to get the Minister of Finance conversation coming up next.
Okay.
Again, want to say thank you. Yes, sir. Let me just bring Paul Kennedy. Paul Kennedy, talk to us. You have not spoken yet. I say you will come next. Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. So there are several valid points being thrown across the aisle. Why it is valid that I actually believe we need to get answers as of whether there were police officers assigned that night at the premises. Because remember now, he had just been after a riot, and we saw a large group of police people that were assigned on the premises of the facility during the riot to manage the crowd. But the question we need to get answer to here is, did the police officers that were assigned leave because the capital has its own police? That is the question to ask. Because, you know, we need to be careful here. The fact that the Capitol building does not even have a surveillance on its own, CCTV and anything that can have, it can be a camera to give us stuff that's going on, is sad. With the kind of money that run around that building, go in and out, people are carrying $30,000 home, $150,000 home. For that premises, not for that Capitol building premise, not to have a clear security detail to support the police that are there, the Capitol Police, I think is the problem. So we are in a resource-constrained country. The argument of whether the police should be investigated or should be probed is a good argument, but we need to first of all start up to know what detail of police we had that night after the riot and whether the police left from there and went forward. Another thing we need to look at, Stanton, is the challenge of, the conversation of who said this and who said this. If we're listening to the tune of the police director, all he's trying to tell you is that the investigation is still ongoing. That's why he keep calling persons of interest. I don't think the police said their investigation is concluded and they are sending the kids over now to be tried. Once that happens, of course, that becomes a challenge. But for now, maybe he has not reached to the stage where he should be calling people suspect, because they are still gathering information to come to the state where people will be called suspect. And like Mo said, I am not the police spokesperson, but I'm just listening to the argument going around the platform to deduce that I believe with the kind of information that is not completely detailed and specific, the police is probably still conducting investigation to come out to be definite on what's going on. So there's too many things across the room right now.
A lot of questions. You're right. A lot of questions that I think, and I'll take your last comment, is an ongoing investigation. And I believe that something is getting out of this. Let me bring in the former Deputy Minister for Youth and Sport, Minister Isaac Do.
Yeah, so Stanton, the people get person of interest from observation. They observe the fire and they say you the person of interest. You know, our country getting so sweet. They just do observation. They observe, they came, they look at it, say, oh yes, yeah, more smoke, the smoke black. So since the smoke black, so that somebody put fire gas on it. Oh yeah, the smoke blue. I thought we're not jokers, but sometimes it's funny. Let's bring little sense to this. Let's agree on one thing. The joint chambers was burned inside, not outside. The police RG, the man who observed the fire and he called people, say, we observe it at your camp. He himself said, however, he managed to determine that there were multiple areas where the fire started from inside. That can be concluded to mean human being entered inside to put the fire there. And before that human being entered, they must have passed through a door. They are not spirit to appear inside. They passed through a door. Was there any door that was damaged? Can they take the picture of the door that was damaged? It must have been either breaking into or somebody with the key enter inside. You know, if these guys talking, they just feel book in their hair, and sometimes they're just talking things that don't add up at all. So if the fire actually happened in a place that is sealed up, someone must have entered, unless that person is a spiritual being that appears and disappears. They will agree. Was the wall burst somewhere, breaking into? Was a door locked, moved, burst into? How did it happen? Thank God the doors are there. It was done in, not out. You listen to the other brother, he say, you're gonna bring politics inside. But he said, no, you're gonna bring the police. Although the police were standing, say, yeah, be man, I mind the place. The place burned, but we shouldn't ask the police. We should say, oh, police, go and sleep. We're not asking, we call account grade to asking. Account grade that in Grand keep my counting and he will call. The other brother say, we shouldn't. I mean, what kind of Ghanaian so bad? Why
Thank you.
in this country?
I said, thank you very much. You know why? Let me ask a question. Maybe Governor Clinton coming to speak. Maybe he can answer. And can any one of you confirm whether or not it was announced that the Liberia National Police were there to stay over there and protect that building through these?
Exactly.
Yes.
I want Governor to speak to it, and then we'll come to the rest of the team. I beg you guys. Governor Clinton, because are these just speculations, or we have some hard facts?
No,
Governor, remember now you're a lawyer under the U.S. bar, so please speak true.
Yeah, go report me to the bar discipline committee. Look. We have police sources on authority, you know, on good authority. They said before that they were providing security at the building. We also know that we have security at the Capitol building. You know, I just feel so sorry for whoever they're going to dump this thing, the county prosecutor or the solicitor general, whoever they're going to give this case to, because people, we think so much politics and we don't think true thing, and then when it becomes a legal thing, it becomes a problem. I'm seeing doubt all over this case because it's a legal matter. So let me talk as a lawyer. To prove the standard is beyond reasonable doubt, you have to prove motive, you have to prove means, you have to prove opportunity. All the suspects or all the persons of interest so far you're only calling in based on motive. Motive is not enough. You have to prove means. We hear the people talking about accelerant. What kind of accelerant? They can't tell.
Let me ask you. You sounded like a lawyer now, my brother Clinton. Can you confirm 100% plus that Liberia National Police were present to protect that building, and they were there on the night of the fire?
We know for a fact they were police.
What do you mean for a fact?
We know for a fact there were police being assigned to the building. After the first incident of violence, the police said they were assigning police at the building so that nobody would be able to go and do anything. So we know that that's a fact. The police were there.
We got document of that, right? We got recording.
Yeah, we can find recordings for that. Okay, we also know that the police have the Capitol building have security people. They have 24-hour security. Now, even where did anybody point? I'll just hammer this point, right? There's doubt over the case. How you going to explain that somebody went over there and Gregory is saying the fire now, he can say it came from different points. You're talking multiple persons. So you have security over there. Multiple people enter the place and they, ignited fire all over the place and no security. No one was elected. Doubt. The county prosecutor is going to suffer if they ever bring this thing over. I don't see how they can win this thing. It's crazy. How can you look? If anybody can prove that more than one person have access to that building, how can you even believe? Even if I walk in that building, how can you say it's me? If many police officers have access to the building, the security have access to the building, you don't have any eyewitness. The police have not said anything about eyewitness identification.
Thank you.
Crazy.
Thank you. We're going to bring Sis Glendy after Vendetta Patrick, retired Colonel Remy Gray. Glendon will bring our sister Jackie. And we're closing on this thing. It will be continuing because we got to talk about the Ministry of Finance, Development and Planning.
Are you always because he already begging you to talk?
I said only one moderator on the show, please.
Yeah, but we got to conclude on it.
He begging you from the back to come by and talk.
Yeah.
He probably got so weak. He wants to always come.
VP, go ahead, please.
CEO, procedural error does not constitute lack of credibility. Even in court, you can be a good lawyer, but if there are procedural errors, you can lose the case. The police RG, I know him, he's a good man, and I trust his integrity. But there are a few things we have to state clearly. When it comes to investigation, it is considered as a systematic arrangement of facts based upon observation and experiment. Wow. That is verify certain information. But again, you spoke to the director of security at the National Legislature some time ago on the platform. You questioned CEO because there was this debate as to whether the police went at the Capitol building on their own or they were invited. This director of security stated clearly that in instances where they are overwhelmed with situations, they always invite the Liberia National Police to beef up the security. And it was clear that the Liberia National Police took control of the security. Number one question, why did they go at the Capitol building? The first instance, people broke into the John Chamber, they destroyed the chairs. The police was informed, go and restore order. That moving forward, there will be no destruction at the Capitol building. They were aware. The second thing, other members of the majority bloc reported that they were threatened, that people were planning to harm them. The police was elected, and they took control of the Capitol building consistently. Now, I would be happy if some members of the Liberia National Police are part of those that will be inducted. They took control of the security. Okay, I forget about the Capitol building getting burned. You are protecting a strategic government entity, and maybe $10 million gone missing. Forget about the burning business. Let's bring money business inside. Police were keeping eyes on the building 24/7. A $10 million get missing. Now, also you go bring the 5 groups of people that you consider as suspects are people who were protecting that building. So for me, I'm encouraging the police RG to re-evaluate whatever briefing people that were at the Capitol building, those security officers. I am not too sure that all of them should go. Some of them must be thoroughly investigated because they were in control of security. And in fact, people who used to move early in the morning, when you reach the Capitol building, the police presence was there day and night. And secondly, unless say they asking some people to show up, you know, they should report themselves.
Thank you.
I come in. Let me get close on it. That they will be arrested if they don't show up. CEO, have you seen a red deer going in a church to worship, where the lion is the bishop? That deer rather die in sin than to go in the church for salvation and the life is taken away. The fact that when they show up, they will be arrested and prosecuted. The police is asking them, you show yourself up. I think it's important for police to be very emphatic to say you are the cause, you are the suspect, and indict these people. So I think this is what I just have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. The red deer will never go to church when the lion is the presiding preacher. I like that. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, basically, this
No,
was
sorry,
my
Akaris. I said Conor Gray. I'm sorry. Ed Remy Gray, please.
Oh, okay, Stanton. Good day, everyone. Hopefully, I'm loud enough. You know, there are lots of conjectures I've heard while I was in the back. People are assuming these days, firstly, when they say accelerant, where in modern times, even drone can ignite an accelerant. Some are remotely controlled. When the hypothesis given by the police IG, one has to look beyond their own views. When someone says there are multiple locations, let's not forget that the building was not cordoned. In other words, it was not blocked and prevented from conducting regular business as this conflict between minority and majority was going on. People are going in and out. Now, if accelerant can be solid, liquid, and gas, you understand, all of which end up being flammable, human being don't have to be present. Human being has to carry on the clandestine act of setting them up and then remotely control them wherever they can be. Look beyond your horizon. I know we refuse to grow as a nation, so all of us still looking at ancient times when allegations or hypotheses are drawn around a case. Every case needs some level of investigation. So you set up a number of parameters or hypotheses, and then you work your way from there. And just to skip a little bit, the kind of classified briefing the president gets, none of us can get it. That's what makes him the first citizen. So if he comes to a site, he has been adequately briefed. If he makes a statement, it's coming out of that level of knowledge, knowns. Now, if he makes a statement, you and I don't have the opportunity to some of the briefings you get. And the president makes the statement, and we're beating him for that. Now, the source of the statement probably where he generates his knowledge about the incident from, probably we can blame that. But the president is speaking based on what he was told. Now, we're not trying to prevent anybody from, from being the bigger suspect. But the president made a statement based on the classified briefing he got. Now, the IG is making a statement based upon the hypothesis and the findings. Okay. Now, if somebody wants to beat them for that, then you should be in their shoes and see what set of hypothesis, what set of pieces of evidence they are working with to come up with some of these statements they're making. You don't have any of that. So I would like to hear more. Now, when they say accelerant, now it's not one of those petrol bomb that somebody would light fire and go set it down and explode and say, oh, yeah, the person there. You don't even have to be there. You can go there in the day and set your clandestine, well, it's a surreptitious act, and then leave, use remote, ignite stuff. Now, You have to look beyond our territorial. No. Come on there, you have to wait. Because this is professional. Now you were talking about you being an attorney. You are using a legal mind, but not the investigative mind. You have no clue. We live
We ain't got a capacity, I beg you. Just stop.
Oh, how do you know? How do you know what we got?
I was gonna wrap on that, but for
I was just saying that we will continue to make conjectures because we don't have the fact that the police has. The fact about the matter is the building was gutted by fire. That's the fact we have. Now, whether it was done by human, whether it was done by artificial means, whether it was done by any other means, there was a fire. And that is where we start our investigation. Was it willful or was it accidental? That's the two we'll end up with, either or. Either it was willful, somebody put it there, or accidental, that was electrical. So let's work our way from that point.
Did they rule out that electrical already in today's press conference? I think they did. So we already ruled that out. It was ruled out today. Let me bring in Glennie. Glennie?
So hello, it's good to be on. I was driving and listening to everybody and all of the different theorists. But I want to say that I trust the ability of Gregory Coleman. I will hope that he has listened to some of the points made here this evening. It may as well come from citizens of Liberia to see how he can reevaluate what is being done. You want to assure the public safety, and you want to assure them that you are free of any form of biasness. So I specifically want him to consider the point as it relates to were there police people taking care of the capital? Were there no police people? Who were the security in charge? Were those people questioned? Like Conor Gray said, there are a lot of hypotheses we've put out. People have said here with no theorists to back those hypotheses. They're just based on assumptions that we're making. One of the things I was a little disappointed in today was I would have loved for the fire service director to speak more than the police director, because there were things that Gregory Coleman was saying that he should not have said. That should have come from the police, from the fire service director. When you're declaring you're a police director, you're behind criminals, you're checking on criminals, you're going to cases, but you're not declaring arson for a fire as a police director unless you've already found somebody guilty, that you already have caught a criminal, you know who did it, and you can pronounce it from that point of view. I think that the fact that the fire service director said it was an observation based on, and when you're coming and talking to the public and you're saying observation, where are the facts? What did you check? So I would have loved that he would have spoken more, and then police, then Gregory Coleman should have done the criminal aspect, the people as it relates to his suspects or people of interest. That would have been his area to speak on, but not to speak to us about what the fire director should have said. Like I say, I trust their integrity. I also will hope so that this is a politically motivated crime. Based on what happened, if it's a crime, if it's an arson, whatever they're saying, we cannot be void of the fact that people will be political when they come to respond to this. We have to be sure the police director, who is now in front of this case, has to ensure that the citizenry of Liberia is satisfied with how this case will be adjudicated, meaning that if it means that he has to get foreign people involved, then that is what he needs to do, because as it is, it's going to be left and right, minority, majority. And I think that gives that is a disservice to the country and to the fact that we lost a historical building. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. It's good to have you, Sis Gladys. Let me bring in Jackie. Jackie, talk to us. Welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you so much, Stanton. People are politicizing this serious act of crime, which for me personally, I think is an act of treason to some extent. the people's house were burned, there was an attempt to overthrow the legislative branch of government. Because if you burn a building now that we know is confirmed that it was an arson, and people are there politicizing it. Some people are talking about what is the meaning of accelerant. Well, accelerant basically means somebody took something, some form of device, as Colin Remy Gray tried to explain, to inflame the fire even more so that they get the outcome, that the desired outcome that they were looking for. That building is a big building. The rotunda where we saw the fire went all the way up to the ceiling. So people are asking, well, where were the police or what have you? It's clear that this act was premeditated. This dangerous act of violence was premeditated. It's also possible, in addition to what Governor Remy Gray said, that those people were in the building for days, hiding in somebody's office. Because weeks before, days before, there was also an attempt to burn down that building. We saw several acts of violence over the last several weeks leading up to the day the actual real burning of the Capitol building took place. So there were traces, there were evidence. When the joint security went to that building that morning after the fire was put out, they saw traces of evidence that made them conclude that this could possibly be an act of arson, even though they had to do the detailed investigation. So it was clear cut from the very first minute that when they walked over there and they saw the traces of evidence on the ground or wherever they saw the evidence, that this could possibly be arson. It is very dangerous. We must not take this lightly. And those people who premeditated this, who conspired to burn down the people's house, a branch of government, they need to be brought to books and they need to be dealt with accordingly. And this is no joking matter. This is not something that we should politicize or say, well, because I belong on this block, I belong on that block, therefore I'm going to protect this dangerous, evil act of violence. That's exactly what it is, an evil act of violence and against the Liberian people who are represented at that Capitol building. It is very, very wrong, and we all should be calling for peace and reconciliation at this time in the legislature as the joint security carry out the investigation and arrest those who need to be arrested. I also heard, I think the IG said several days or weeks ago when the fire first started, that they will try to get external assistance as need be in order for them to conclusively come to an end of this investigation, so that they can carry out the right arrest. But we don't need to be politicizing something like this. This is very, very dangerous and an evil act. For what? For political reason? For power?
Thank you.
Really?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to, okay, so guys, wait. Only two individuals going to close. Then from there, we go to the next conversation. We have many. I'm going to let Akaris go first and Mo Ali will go last. Then from there, we'll make progress.
Yeah,
to the
basically, you know, when people say politicize, basically when people say politicize, I'm taking a bike. Nobody opened the IG mouth to say that Arson attack on the first day or investigation. Nobody asked the IG to say Foco made a statement a day after the incident took place when the statement was made 5 months ago. That politicizing issue. I don't think many of you have seen or been to the Capitol building at night from the entrance of the executive mansion to Topman Boulevard side. And the one going down UN Drive is secured by the EPS. 100%. No vehicle or individual can just cross those points because of the executive mansion in the Capitol building. I don't even think many of you know about this. The police is also on public record for stating that they were invited because of the chaotic situation, so they took charge of the Capitol building. In fact, the director of the Capitol building police, the House of Representatives, was arrested. You remember when the lawmakers went to the police station to have him released? Prior to the fire incident, the police were searching vehicles, Spoon FM reported, go back to your visual. They were searching vehicles of minority, the lower lawmakers, including Musa Belete. Remember when Yekeden went to the entrance and said, while it's searching the vehicles of the minority and not the majority lawmaker and allowing them to enter, the police were escorting Muhammad Ali, Bill, and the other people for an appearance at the House of Representatives. The police slept at the Capitol building. There's not, I cannot start playing politics around to say the police cannot deny that. The police slept at the Capitol building. The police took full responsibility of the security of the entire Capitol building. They didn't shy away from making that public. I live on Nashville. I go to Anglos at night, the old Anglos. 2, 3 o'clock, the police were at the Capitol building. You can just drive right in front of the place there. Let's stop. If you're talking about politicizing and you're trying to shield the police, but now Gregory Cuomo should have resigned. In the United States of America, many of you people live for the police to provide security protection at an area, and that area was gutter with fire, or assassins or whosoever entered that building in the presence of the police and burn that place down. But now, the security head of the police or whosoever was assigned who have resigned, taking full responsibility. Have you people asked for the incident report? There must be an incident report. Why is the incident report? Did the police director read the incident report to the public? That'd be fair. Do you know Gregor Cuomo? How many of you know Gregor Cuomo? Do you know Gregor Cuomo history from the SOD? Do you know that Gregor Cuomo was the SOD on a Castellar? Do you really know him? Do you know the characters of people that you're discussing here?
So what I gotta do with the fire?
Okay. No, excuse me. Can you hold on? Don't interrupt.
Let him finish, please. Let him finish,
Okay.
Jackie.
I am saying to you, and I want to repeat, that there is no way a Gregor Cuomo can investigate the matter independently, and that investigation is satisfied. Nobody opened Gregor Cuomo mouth today not to allow the. Says Glenn struck an important point. She says she expected the director of fire service, who should be the expert in that area, speaking more. But Gregor Cuomo was speaking more than the fire service director. It was said that fire science he went to go do in America. That Ellie sent him to go do in the United States of America. Okay? Let me conclude by what Mo said. Look, Mo, nobody say because the position is a political appointed position, therefore it means the person is compromised. No. We were looking at the characteristics sketch of Gregor Cuomo from the electionary period, from some of the lapses of releasing of men to the Guinean authority. Okay? Today, as I speak to you, today, that 3 persons were picked up that were aboard a loan. The better to have in them. The court is honoring today the living body of those people, whether they are alive or dead, in relation to the same thing. Today, the court has demanded the living body of those people. As I speak to you, the spokesman of the EPS was arrested, the former EPS people that were dismissed. The spokesman was arrested today between Galley and Benson Street area today, as I speak to you.
So let's come back to you, Honorable Gray.
Yeah, let me. I conclude. Again. I'll finish with it.
Yeah.
As I speak to you, the people Gregor Cuomo calling people of interest, that is Speaker, Fanatic Kofa, the same people call people of interest, that's Afoko, that what the other person that he invited, the other lawmaker, they are treated to Musa Belete, in fact. They are treated to 5 lawmakers from the lower number, and you say this thing is not political.
Do you have anything on it? Because Gregor Cuomo didn't call names. Gregor Cuomo didn't say anything. I beg you, Governor Clinton, I beg you, but let me just, I beg y'all will come in. Listen, I will open this, yo, I got to finish over.
You are trying, but you still don't make it. Let me test him here.
Guys, wait. I will go ahead, finish with Mo Ali, then we'll open a discussion. We'll forget about the final ministry today, and we'll just leave this thing on this conversation. So be patient. Do you have anything? How did you got the information that, listen, this is about Fonatico Farm, Musa Belete, Safoko, and you calling names? The police didn't call any names.
Stand on. And the police said people were interested. Is this the first time Gregory has said people were interested? He just stated it today. The last time he stated the same people were interested. Gregory Common stated about Arson attack the last time. Today, he repeated the same Arson attack. The University of Liberia was rocket scientists to know. In the security apparatus of this country, I can guarantee, I can tell you that in the NSA, the EPS, the police or whatsoever, we know people there. We get information. They are very dissatisfied with the ongoing situation. They are extremely dissatisfied. And everything I'm saying to you tonight will come to pass. Okay, everything that I'm saying to you tonight will come to pass. And there's a strategic operation that will be ongoing in the next 24 hours by the Liberian National Police. Already started today by picking on the former EPS spokesperson. Okay? They will bring these people in. They will do this thing until the State of the Nation address is over. And they will just release them the way they arrested Carrasco and other people. Don't be surprised.
We have to move on.
Move to the bedroom.
Former Representative District Number 8, Moses Akaris Gray. Mo Ali, you have 3 minutes to speak to this issue. Then from there, we'll open this among ourselves. Anybody can ask anyone question as we go around the block. Please, if you point it to anyone you want to ask them question, be direct.
You choose your time. You get more 3 minutes.
No, more Ali.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me say to you before I go.
You're not going. You're not going. You cannot leave.
I don't want to tell you who is just arrested as I speak to you now.
What?
As I speak to you now, someone has been arrested from the Speaker office. Now. Gibson.
Again?
Is it confirmed, Akaris Gray?
Call the police.
Yes,
so who that person?
100%.
But listen, guys.
Why is everybody being arrested? No, all the minority people who are arrested.
Wait. While we were on the show, I can confirm, because I sent our guys there was some activities in front of Amuma House with major police present, and we were asked not to go live on it. I don't know whether it's linked to what Moses Akaris Gray is saying, but we'll get back to you, Representative Gray. Mo Adi, please.
So I will start on like this. And I said from the beginning that just the fact that we attempted to discuss a very sensitive national security issue, people will pretend like it has been politicized, most likely because they have idea of what happened. One person who has given a professional security view on this matter tonight is Conor Gray because of his security training. Akara said, nobody here said that because someone is a political appointee, therefore they will be compromised. Akaris Gray was probably not listening to as it do. When you make a reference of Gregory Como is a political appointee like Mo Ali, Gregory Como is a political appointee like Amos Twe, you are stating clearly that because these people are political appointees, therefore their judgment will be clouded by their political alignment if they have some, especially in the security sector. So that defeats Akaris Gray's argument. Again, how can we say now here to defend police people? The police people will defend themselves. They are capable. When somebody say, oh, because the police said there were multiple sources of the fire, therefore there must have been plenty of people, tell me that this person is still pushing the post hoc fallacy. And because somebody said there are multiple people who committed the crime again, therefore there must have been multiple people on the scene. A lawyer is saying that, failing to realize that crime is not just committed. especially crime of such nature. If it is a crime, there is a planning stage. If it is not one person in that planning stage or planning stages, there are multiple people involved. Multiple persons can plan a crime, and one person can implement the crime. When former President Taylor was tried in The Hague, he had never gone to Sierra Leone to fight. What they convicted him on and sentenced him to 50 years in prison, they said for aiding and abetting. So if you sat down to your house that night and fire gutted the Capitol building, but you aided, and police can prove that you aided and abetted the burning of the Capitol building, they can arrest you and submit you to court. The next thing is Stanton. One person has the capacity to go into the Capitol building and set up several points of inflammation and leave from there. You don't need to have multiple people in the Capitol building for there to be multiple sources of fire. I don't understand how a lawyer who is supposed to understand nature of crime, organization of crime, does not know these small things. You know, Stanton, I told you again today, I say, once we come to discuss it, somebody will say, oh, they want to attempt to pick opposition people. They want to attempt to pick minority black people.
Oh, so you and Stanton were discussing in the bag, huh?
What you do?
He didn't want to discuss the issue today. He just.
But man, just stop. Just stop.
But how you not?
You're not talking for 5 minutes now. All of us are listening to you. We don't know what you're talking.
What I got to learn. Let me say this: the same way I can talk to you, I can talk to everybody else.
No, but we never tell you to not discuss on it before.
You've been discussing with suspects.
You don't go in the back. We got to move on, man. Mo, please finish up, Mo.
I will finish when they talking. I take my time. I know you can be very afraid when I'm talking.
Well, I gave you 5 minutes of my time because you've been talking for 10 minutes. No here, no.
On the show. So normally they would jump to say, oh, they can pick up the person. It is the factor that they are introducing. Everybody can do it in politics. You want to say this thing will happen because you know about the crime. Then when they pick the people, you say, ain't talking. That they wish something they all were talking about, that they're doing so. This is exactly the cards they are playing. The first card they are playing is to undermine the police investigation. The second card they are playing is that if people they know are arrested, are involved in the crime, they say, oh, we said it. They were coming lie on the people. That's exactly what they did. And in that instance, in this country, people will continue to commit heinous crimes and they will go free because we can have people who can come on the radio and say, oh, I know they come here arrested.
I have 5 minutes to move, Ali.
And these things will continue to bring the country down. You cannot say because a police officer is standing at the police station. We've seen here on several occasions, police officers at police stations and they burn the police station. You say, because the police officer was there, they burn the police station, so the police people. There's just one thing I agree with, though. The security officers that were there, they should make an incident report. That incident report must be part of the security investigation. It must be part of the evidence. Thank you.
Let me say this. Let me just announce real quick. Then we can go through rapid fire. It's 7 p.m. That is 1 p.m. in Liberia. I want to say thanks to every one of you. Let me announce real quick. There were no police officer assigned at the Capitol building the night of the fire. It's credible. is
There's no
informed.
credibility in that thing, but what is telling you?
But listen, guys, let's do this. Please do not
One thing
interrupt.
on this,
Stop.
I
Say
need to
according to the
recognize.
police director.
Yeah.
Don't say a credible
So,
and informed. Don't do that.
God, okay,
No,
please,
don't
I
do
beg
that.
you guys. I
Get
will
that
not.
police source,
I'm not
don't
like
do
you,
it.
Colonel Gray. I will not pull on my sources. I beg you, please.
Yeah, but Stanton,
Let me
just say
do this
according to
show.
your sources now.
Say
Your
according to
sources.
your
What I'm
sources.
saying. But your way now, your way,
No,
your
we
way.
will wait. We just say according to your sources.
I say you need to
Oh,
stop.
wait, but
I
say
say you gotta
according to
stop
your sources.
interrupting.
And
I
for
say
the
you need to
police to
stop.
say that
I say
is
you need to
criminal.
stop interrupting. Colonel Gray, Representative Gray, please, we're backing you. Now we're gonna just end the show on this note. I want to say to all of you, we're gonna get our closing, and from there we will leave because again, you know, I really want us to have time for the more and not to get Madam Titi, who is the original CEO, mad at us. So let me just go around the table, give it your best shot. If you want to ask question, ask question.
Let me be first.
Everybody entitled.
Let me be first.
Everybody entitled to his or her own 2 minutes while we close. Sis Glenny, if you want to watch the clock, I will appreciate. But let's close the show, guys. I want to say to all of you, it was a beautiful show. And again, come again tomorrow. We'll discuss finance ministry.
I can tell the record of man is dear back. I say Glenny, but man, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
So, all right, so let's go ahead. Uncle Sam, you go first. Uncle Sam, you do your closing first, sir.
Thank you very much. My fellow Liberians, my water and my boy, Lord Putin and the others around the country, I want you to just look at history. The United Party government has a record of human rights violations, killing of innocent citizens. On November 7, 2011, the incidents at the CDC headquarters, led by officers of the National Police, who have ascended to some of the highest positions in the police today, they're still there. They're very much still there. Recently, the fracas at the CDC headquarters, where officers of the National Police went and got a fake search warrant from the magisterial court in West Point. No one has been brought to book. Ask yourself, my water, if somebody broke the law by presenting a fraudulent search warrant, by this time, shouldn't the government of Liberia, the National Police, should have investigated and taken the people to court, because the incidents at the CDC headquarters resulted in the injuries to people, and it did upset normal commercial activities on that day. What have they done? Zero. That's who they are. They don't believe in the rule of law. They don't believe in peaceful coexistence. They don't believe in all of us working together to make this country great. Those of us who disagree with them, they say we don't like the country. We want the country to burn. We want to bring war. That's what they say every day. Look at the comments under there. Right? How can we want to bring war when CDC relinquished power based upon 20,000 votes? What does that happen in West Africa? What does that happen in West Africa? The Sierra Leone next door. People were sanctioned for stealing an election. So don't listen to them, my people. They want to make this thing here like people from the opposition burn a Capitol building down. They don't have any evidence to that. If they had evidence, they'd have arrested somebody already. They don't have the ability to determine the type of
Thank you. Since Glenny put her hand up, thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Let's do our closing as a give or take. But before we do this, I want to bring in the representative chairman for the Rule and Law Caucus, Musa Hassan Ability, who have to make some clarification. Chairman Ability, you are You are live, sir.
Yeah, thank you, and good evening to everybody. First, let me say that I want all of us to be careful so that an incident such as fire in the Capitol is not used for political purposes. We look up to the police and the law enforcement agency to come up with their findings, and anyone who is charged will have the opportunity before a court of competent jurisdiction to exonerate themselves. Politicians should stop coming on air trying to hold people responsible and do that. And I would like to say that. And to make my comment, I would like to insist to Mo Ali. You have been appointed as a government official to take care of water business. Stick to your job. There is a information minister. There are other mouthpieces. We don't have water all over this country. Don't think that by bringing water in a few part of Morovia, you've done your job. Stick to your job, Mo. That's not what you're being paid for. The change in your life today came to you as a result of that job. Do it. Move on beyond every day on radio doing somebody else's job, please. But to say that, I want to clarify that. Look, today, I got information from the lawyer that represented several people that were arrested, including my people in my office that were arrested for the whole day on the day after the incident. I got information from a lawyer that the police said that all of them should go back for interrogation. And I said, no, if the police need to see me or see somebody from my office, they will call me. I called police director. I asked him, are you sending for my people in my office without letting me know? He said, no. Our investigation has not indicated in any way that you are connected to anything in the regarding this fire. If there was any such thing like that, I'll personally call you to submit to investigation. So you are not being investigated, and no one from your office is being investigated. The police director and I spoke about that. And he said, if there's a need for anyone for your office, I will call you to ask you to bring them. So I wanted to clarify that, to know that that did not happen. Since that day, the speaker and I went to the police station. And when we went to the police station, we did not go to be interrogated. We went there because the police sent for Representative Foucault. And we wanted to be sure that he was treated okay and that he was properly represented. We gave him a lawyer. We did not attend the interrogation. We sat, the police director properly, took care of us. We sat in his office. After the investigation, we took Foucault, he went home. He followed that with subsequent, interrogation, and that's what has happened. This fire incident, it should not be politicized. And I'm begging the Unity Party people. The violence in this country is not about party. For police to come out to say we got people they ain't caught nobody's name, and you start tagging people, don't incite violence. I'm sorry to say, you got power by the teeth of your nail. Hold that power. Just appreciate the fact that the difference between you and the person you want is just 20,000 people. That means 49.9% of the people did not vote office. Take that into consideration and govern from the middle. And let's move this country toward. You can't win election in the way you want election, and then you want to torpedo all of the process that led to that process. I beg you.
I know we're going to have you to talk to us about your new role as chairman for the Rule of Law Caucus. So I want to say thank you very much, Chairman Ability. It's always good having you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a big clarification, though. Jackie, do your closing on this. Musa Ability said, why Akaris Gray call his name for? Akaris Gray was wrong. He's not a person of interest. Nobody in his office person of interest. And why Akaris Gray said by calling Musa Ability name, Akaris Gray is in error. If you just summarize what Musa Benedict said just a few minutes ago. Jackie, do your closing.
Yeah,
I want
when I close, you say your own. Yeah.
you
I
want
want
to
you to
close?
change the
You want to close?
timekeeper when Jackie is speaking. I want you to change the timekeeper when Jackie is speaking. Let me be the timekeeper.
Jackie, go ahead.
Stanton, once again, today is a sad day listening to our joint security, the fire chief and the IG tell us and conclusively today that what happened that day at the Capitol was indeed confirmed, has been confirmed as arson. It's a malicious act, nefarious act. These people are wicked. They are evil, and they offended the Liberian people that day when they decided, for whatever reason, to premeditate an act that I call treasonous against the Liberian people, against all of us. I hope they will be brought to books. And if anybody who was elected was a part of this conspiracy and act of violence, evil act, I hope that they will be removed from office first thing and then trialed. Along with whosoever else physically carry out the act of arson. It's a sad day for us in our country. We need to come and start talking peace and reconciliation. Again, I want to stress, this is not a matter for us to politicize. That's the only thing, the only statement that Honorable Musa Ability said that I agree with him on. He said he set up a caucus. He should have first set up a caucus to deal with this matter and help the police and joint security resolve this matter, because that's his building. He's there. He's representing us. He should have set up a caucus to say, let's go into this. What happened to our security? Because the legislature also has security. What happened to their security? How did the security allow this to happen? So something happened on that campus at the legislature. Somebody somewhere, or somebody who works on that Capitol ground, must know something about it. I hope we can hear the details very soon. I want to urge Honorable Musa Ability to start and see how they can set up a team. The other legislators to set up a team to look into this matter fairly, and so that the real people who brought this fire upon us, the Liberian people, will be brought to justice. Let him start with that, and I will applaud him.
Jackie, thank you very much.
Yeah,
when Glenny lift her hand up, start to look at his pen. You don't look up, you look at his pen.
Glenny, you are lifting your hand up the same time? I didn't know that.
Glenny lift her hand up. Yeah, and you were good to see him when the left was talking.
I didn't know. I didn't see Glenny hand.
Sender was writing. Sender was writing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's bring in Akaris Mosegre, who did extremely well today. Took off his time.
Basically, I want to say thank you to everyone.
Yeah, he took off his time to join the show.
He didn't insult and
Yeah. Basically, I just want to say thank you to everyone on the show. But the information that Honorability correlated. Okay, corroborated, I mean. He said emphatically that his lawyer called in, that his people were signing in the office, about 5 of them. The lawyer informed him that they were being called at the police station. And he did inform his lawyer that the police director will be able to talk to him, or he will call the police director directly. It's good that he rescinded that decision, but he spoke to the lawyer, and I know exactly what I'm saying.
But okay, can I hold you? Because you're the contributing guest here. He said he called the police director. The police director told Honorable Musa Hassan Ability.
What did he say the lawyer told him?
The police
but there was
director
also
told
information
Mr.
that the lawyer said that
you can never be patient with somebody talking.
Can I conclude?
So you put me, I'm patient, man. Huh?
Clinton, start on trying to find a way out. Musa Ability confirmed. Lawyer did inform me that the police called him that they needed people for his office, 5 of them. That is confirmed.
So we come just the other Supreme Court opinion again with different interpretations.
It's not. Gentlemen, let me conclude. I gotta go sleep. I'll show you. But it's not just that. Okay. Look, I just received an information from the PSU They had 2 ships at the Capitol building. PSU police officer assigned at the Capitol building had 2 ships. It would be criminal. And that's why, in fact, I said Gregory Coleman is compromised. For the police to inform anyone on the show that they were not assigned at the Capitol building, that is criminal. To be very
Who
frank
did the
with you.
police inform? Our sources told there were no police assigned at the
Excuse me.
Capitol building.
I say it would be criminal for the police. I did not say what your sources say. Don't be
Okay.
guilty. You conclude. I said for the police to say, because PSU officers were assigned.
We are not back on the show again in 3 weeks.
Not only that. Not only that. But look, Sir Glennie said something. I just want to pick up and conclude. The director of police is talking too much because he has put on his partisan jacket. Once the president said that that place was bombed by hooligans, the police director on the scene day said that our arson attack. The journalist asked him, repeated it. He has to justify that. He has to justify that. Not only that he has to justify that, but same struggle, very important point. People got a fake rate. The very spoon discuss it. You move on CDC headquarters, the very police. There's no investigation. No one took responsibility. And you telling me that Gregory Coleman? Thank you very much. I cannot trust it. Thank you, Sis Gladys. Never, ever. Yeah.
Honorable Akaris was a great general. Thank you very much.
I hope tomorrow I have time to come back.
Yes, sir. You're always welcome. The general that was killed by 81 stones by Prince Stone.
I fought war, I'm winning war, and not just battles. Some General Eisenhower, they didn't win all of the battles. Read about Eisenhower, Douglas MacArthur. Ain't talk about Hiroshima and Nagasaki yet, June 6th and June 9th, respectively. I see you, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Do your closing, I could agree.
No, okay.
Thank what we know, I know these kinds of issues, especially for our small country, can be extremely political. Either way you do it, people will still cast aspersion or doubts. To investigate in a country like ours is extremely tedious. That's why some of us have said if we're ever going to be given the opportunity, the first thing we try to do is to establish a forensic lab. It's very difficult to investigate cases in Liberia without, without that forensic, intrusion. You're not going to be successful because any way you try it, people will still say, well, and there's no scientific proof to whatever findings you come up with. So that's why we always call for external, assistance. But I'm pretty sure Gregory Coleman probably has that in his plan. He's the police director. But one thing we're sure of was that fire occurred at the Capitol building. We have to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, if we're ever going to be able to do so, that it was done on malice. It was done by a person, an individual. And how do you prove that? Sometimes is where the tediousness comes in, because there's no way to prove in or exculpatory, connection. In other words, there's a DNA attached to it of a human being. But there are other forms of DNA as well, which the several hypotheses drawn by the police director, tend to correlate our attention to. One has to do with, if this were an electrical fire, modern circuitry or breakers are made to detect any shots sent between them. So if you started by fire from electric, it will send that shot into the line and it will shut the breaker down. That did not occur based on what Gregory said. Now, let's move to the other. He said they saw different types of flames.
Great, we're waving our hand to you. You say your time is up.
I mean, I want minutes some of us can talk for. Because look at thought they were saying 3. No, I don't know where you started from.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
You got 2 minutes, man. Your time was too short. It looked like Glenny gets something against you. Glenny gets something against you.
Our leaders back this though.
Well,
Neil Crowd and come back. Your.
What you say, Quinton?
I said,
Neil Crowd and come back.
I'm job again.
I dare you.
So let me just conclude. So I think we should be able to give Gregory the benefit of the doubt until we can see some of his findings, and let's not trash people's profession. I did that the other time, and but he went back and corrected some of the issue. When they went for Safoko, I say it was too premature because it was based on hearsay and they say. But now they've gone back and are coming out now with some actual scientific statements. And I think I would like to investigate that further by seeing what their findings are. But I will give him the benefit of the doubt. It's difficult to prove cases in Nigeria. Thank you so much, Stanton.
Again, thank you very much. You're quite correct. I'll wait to do my closing at the end. Let me bring our brother, Governor Clinton. I beg you, Sister Glennie, I beg you, just watch your time when it goes to the sedition, please. 2 minutes is 2 minutes.
Pastor Solidarity. Look, I hope Mo is watching because Musa Belede gave Mo a very good advice. He needs to stick to providing water to our people. I think he's trying to defend this government. I understand because he did so much to bring this government to power. And he wants to come and defend the government, but it's bad. And sometimes he's caught in the crossfire and he has to say something. And one of the things he said today, he said, Clinton, who is a lawyer? And as a lawyer, he tried to the police said this. Look, More. The first thing you need to understand before you reference international criminal justice system and domestic system, you have to understand they are not the same. The first thing any serious lawyer will tell you that the evidentiary standard in both systems are very, very, very low, right? You can take a hearsay from 1990, and if you establish a war crimes code today, you can use that 1990 hearsay and prosecute it. You can't do that in the domestic case on the national level. You're prosecuting a case in the criminal code and library. You can't do it. So don't come here and come to that kind of thing here. I'm not that kind of lawyer. So let's get that point straight. Look, the other points we need to make here is this. There are a lot of doubts that's in this case, and that's the point I was trying to make. You have a lot of people who have access to the building. You had police officers who are assigned to the building. Matter of fact, the one thing I like about Spoon is once you become a pioneer, you need to ask for information. People from all levels of the society can be testing you information. Look, we know that the government is lying when they say there's no PSU officers because one, we know that PSU officers were assigned. They were given $1,000 each for operations that they didn't, and this is coming from sources within that.
Remember, that's not true.
Oh, Senator, so you're doing
not true.
Can you stop the time?
Hey, I stop your time.
Oh yeah, that's Senator.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now I am minister you.
We also have information now that the investigator, there was a lot of tension in our room with investigators. Some investigators disagree with police director and the work order I made. Spawn talk. I'm telling you, when you're on this platform, people call you at all levels and give you information. I just stand up and tell people that we'll be sending you one information after this one. Look, but
take my hand elbow.
Get a CDC before 2 minutes.
Yeah, the time, man. We gotta go. All of them saying the same thing. That's not true. Gibson, that bad patient and just close out. I'll let us talk. When you feel 1 or 2 minutes, then we'll talk.
Tell it minute.
So let me make sure I get my own time. We started some seconds in, so that 26, because I know Glendy. So listen.
Glendy is a very credible person. Listen, you don't trust Glendy. She's a very credible person.
We know who the suspects are. The suspects, prime suspects, are the Liberian National Police. Gregor Como should be part of the suspects. They were providing security. They should explain to the people what happened. They know. How did people enter? Who gave them the key? Which part of the walls did they pass? Were there spirits that appear and disappear into the building? What happened? He needs to tell us. In my house, before someone enters in it, they will have to pass through the door. Probably at the Capitol building, people can disappear and appear into it, something, I don't know. But the police should be the prime suspect, and we know. I don't want to dwell my closing on that because I know Glendy, thank God I still get more time. She come here. So listen, few days ago, I was on the show. I was listening to my sister Glendy, or not Glendy, but my sister or Jackie. Oh, Liberia Corin stable. Legislature stable. Yesterday, I was coming on the show. He couldn't even be on the show because Corin just going all day, but the Corin still stable. But this is what it means. You can lie to come to power. You cannot lie to actually govern. Like I always say. Today, our own mighty dear Spoon took the microphone to the mouths of the people on the street. I encourage everyone to go to Spoon. Just go to Spoon FM, go to the today's talk on the street and listen to people. Those were not colors that Mo Ali sent scratch cattle for them to call on Spoon. They were not colors. Those were not colors that live in North Carolina, who in some about UP people and see they call on the show. Oh, they think good. No. Those were the actual living human beings in Liberia. The actual living human beings in Liberia talking. Listen to what the people say. Oh, those are the voters. You can lie all you want on Spoon Talk and you send cat to people to call and say, oh, everything bread and butter. The real people are there.
Thank you, Asido.
You know,
Asido, thank you. Your time finished.
Strato want me to talk about this. So no problem. But the truth is always there.
No, let me play. We had a video. Let me play real quick because I told the reporter we were going to play. Let's just play it briefly, and then Paul Kennedy and Gibson will send us home with Sister Jackie. Sister Glenn.
We are first year in office, President Barker, first year in office. We want it better. But don't compare down and sleep. I don't compare down and sleep. We are down better. Barker who better? Joria who better? Joria who better? Why is it Joria who better? Yeah, because now they still going through. Joria that not going through it. Now police are balancing up power. When you have money, we can see it. Police taking it for all carrying it. I'm one of the Shiraki. How are you? You are live on Spoon TV. Joria 4 years in office. President Barker 4 years in office. Who will it better? Joria? Why is it Joria?
If we peace,
you got peace?
Yeah, you got peace.
Okay, all right. Because you love peace. All right, thank you. So we have to keep going. I'm not telling you, man. You are live on Spoon TV. Joria 4 years in office. President Barker 4 years in office. Who will it better? Our previous president, we are the Chalaba government spanning the whole country. Man, I want to have a time power. We are so saying the whole side. So like what is it? I don't want to have a time routine. I don't want to show saying the whole my side. I'm from your time. I'm scared. Man, now, all right, thank you. How are you, man? You all right? All right, this is Sylvester Cholo Play. Spoon TV is what you are watching. Joria 4 years in office. President Barker 4 years in office. We want it better.
Joria won't better.
Why is it Joria better?
Because they probably plus one. We can say what did they sit here, market we join for what they sit here, market for fire web, they want to sit in the market for. So I better Joria government.
Those kind of guys. Clinton, wait, I beg you back. We have the rest of the video on Spoon. You can go and decide, watch it. Something I took away. These are people that Choloplay went to unexpectedly, Glendy. Just met them, and they are speaking from the heart. I hope we have time to play the rest of the clip tomorrow, and then we can discuss it as to what next and how well the UP gonna take it because it is important that we listen to the people. Those are the bread and butter people, the everyday people. I mean, I was shocked when I heard today what most of them said. Well, Gibson, let's close. Paul Kennedy and then Glennie will go
Hope we'll
live.
be here tomorrow.
Glennie is a very beautiful woman, very gorgeous, smart, educated.
How about 2 minutes, brother? 2 minutes.
You already been using one of your minutes.
Okay, look, I just have said down those questions I sent you. Those are questions that are on the minds of many people. Like I said, I still believe that Gregory can redeem himself from this. I said it from the very beginning. Gregory can still redeem himself from this. And the way to redeem himself is to put aside all political cleavages and just focus on the facts. Don't let people use in your presence words that security officer will not use. We observed that it was excellent. We observed that it was not electricity. At this point of the investigation, observation is not attainable. So for me, my appeal to Gregory is that the people put you over there to do a piece of job for Liberia. I understand you might be working at the behest of the president when you are serving Liberia. Do yourself a favor. Do this investigation so that we all can be happy. We can't have people going and burning public buildings and we play our blind eye and pretend like it is okay, even though we can be critical on the police. But this is not okay. People do not just go to the public building and just burn it because they are angry at some people. This is not normal. It's wicked. If it is true that somebody burned it, if it's not electrical, those people need to be prosecuted. But the errors of the police, they have to take ownership of the errors of the police. You want to do it so that people will trust you, so that even if Gibson is walking on the streets, when you meet Gregory, you say, oh, this man can protect me, can protect the public. That's all I can say for tonight. So I don't want many to pull a finger or hand up. So I will start right here. And then I will let Paul take it away from here.
Thank you, Gibson. I think it's first of all, like we said 2 months ago when the whole thing started. It is really sad that our country will come to this point. And I believe that with all the constraints that are, in governing the police at the moment, they began the investigation. They've have some missteps, and they've not been really, articulate in listing out their findings. Now, reasons could be that their investigation is still going on or ongoing. And because of that, they are not clear enough to tell us all of what we need to know as a group of people, including whether there was police assignment on the premises of the Capitol building on the night the building was burned down. We need to know that. The police have not been really clear in telling us that. And tonight, what I observed was that both the police and the fire service chief were really not specific to the issues, right? They gave us a bunch of gut feeling, what we think will happen, what going on. But again, we attribute that to the challenges that the police have. It's sad that the Capitol building of the Republic of Liberia on its premises did not have CCTVs or camera that should have recorded some of the things that went on. It is really sad. And just imagining the amount of money, $56 million go to that building every year on our budget. I'm told somebody said they carry out to, I think, 74. But whatever the million is, a lot of money goes to that building, and you can take $10,000 from all that money that's spinning around to put CCTV on all of that place. So I believe the police should just do their investigation and present us the fight, because they are still, dodging around. Thank you, Glennie.
Everybody
Glenn,
finished?
Glenn, go ahead. Glenn, go ahead, please.
So, great show. I have two
I'm keeping
things.
your time.
Go ahead. Two things to say. When we talk about, I know Conor Gray talk about scientific evidence. As a nurse, scientific evidence is evidence by something. When the police spoke today, there were no evidence that they gave us. Gregory Coleman said because of the smoke. So when you're telling us the color of the smoke, you should have empirical evidence to say when the color of the smoke is this is a scientific evidence to say when smoke is this, he should show that. That was not said. Also talk about the police, the fire chief saying observation. It can be subjective, it can be objective. You're talking about arson of a historic building. It is important that the evidence, someone said here that Gregory Coleman should be void of any personal biases. I trust his integrity. He is connected to other people of great experience outside of Liberia. He needs to connect with some of them so that this will not be the same case of the executive mansion where we didn't know who went what and who did what. I think he needs to invest in outside sources to be able to investigate this case. So it cannot be because he's connected to the Unity Party. That is why we did not get the true findings about this. I want to close on something that's been bothering me since yesterday. And this is not time sensitive, please. I really need to say this. There's a story trending right now in Liberia about this young lady who lost her son, the only child, 21 years old, who went to JFK because he had some swelling. They found out that he had hydrocele. He needed surgery. Went to Catholic hospital to do the surgery. Walk into the hospital, find nothing bothering him except for the fact that he had hernia and he was going to do the surgery. The child went into the surgical room and died. According to the mother, the doctor admitted to her that this was an accident. There was no surgical marks on him. They did not even start the surgery. This is a 21-year-old child who just graduated from high school, who had 7 awards when he graduated from high school, and he's dead and gone. He was his mother's only child. I am using this platform tonight. They've already complained to the medical boards in Liberia. They need to investigate this. I'm using this.
I didn't understand it. Can you say it again? What
I
happened?
was saying that the mother, the boy had hernia.
Okay.
And they took him to JFK, but because of the time lapse, they wondered he was in pain. He had to go to school, had to go to college to Rwanda. So they wanted the surgery done early. So they went to Catholic hospital. Went to Catholic hospital to do the surgery. When they went to do the surgery, I think the lady said after 4 or 5 hours, didn't see her son. Then she decided to inquire. Long story short, the boy died. They did not even start the surgery. It is being alleged that he died from anesthesia. They probably gave him too much.
Oh.
The doctor said to the mother, according to the mother, I watched the video more than 100 times. The mother said that the doctor said that this was an accident. And nobody, it's like the thing she's getting from them, she's not really, she doesn't understand how come my child only came here for surgery, a minor surgery like hernia, and he dies. And I want to make the plea to the medical board of Liberia. They need to investigate this case. There's too many people.
Which hospital?
Huh?
Which hospital?
St. Joseph Catholic Hospital. The boy died 2 days
I need a video too. Can you send the video to me?
I will send the video to the chat. 21
The
years
video's in the chat now already. I just put the video there.
The only child of his mother. If you see that woman crying, last night I could not sleep because my kids are around the same age of her son. I hope that they investigate this. This is so wrong.
Thank you for bringing that up, Glenny. And I hope we can discuss on it more tomorrow. It's only important for us to do so. And again, to the family, have our sympathy on behalf of the network. A lot of medical malpractice is taking place in Liberia because you know why? People do not sue the doctors or those practitioners. Is there any law tell you that you cannot sue them? Governor Clinton, can you help us?
You can sue them. Yeah. Yes, you can
Because
sue.
the reason why I'm asking, a lot of these things happen, and people just say, I say, let it go, the doctor will try it. It's about time we sue the hospital, we sue the doctor, we sue the nurses, we sue the insurance company, we sue anyone that's connected to them. Like, for example, you know, we didn't discuss it yesterday, the whole Necotech thing. I got people in America here calling and say they want to put together a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit against the government and Cyril Bestoyanti. So we discussed that given the time. If we start suing, go up. You know what I did as I went up when we called the guys to do to clean our snow and we couldn't find anyone. My wife and myself went out and we did it because somebody on the walkway that's a lawsuit. We know this happened here in this country. They will say you didn't try to clean your snow and put salt. And therefore you're going to lose like $30,000 or $50,000, $60,000 easily. We have to practice this thing in Liberia. I hope the woman can be strengthened, get a lawyer, that she sued St. Joseph Hospital, she sued the doctor, and the doctor should be insured, have insurance, and the insurer will pay. We need to do these things. Then too, Liberia will be better. I mean, don't say what will come out of it. Try and see.
Yeah, I think
But the doctors and the hospitals are not
distrust.
insured in Liberia, Stanton.
It's
That's one of
a
the
lot
things.
of distrust of the criminal justice system in Liberia.
Doctors,
That's why.
Doctors, hospitals,
Listen, let me say this.
pharmacists are not
Get it.
insured.
Get
You sue
it.
the individual, you
Get
get
it.
money out of it.
Before, guess it. Let me say this. When I started working as a nurse, the first thing you should have insurance company. You should be insured. If you are not, if you don't, the agency, you got to go with your insurance.
Yeah,
if you're working for the facility, you are covered. Malpractice says it's happening all over. And this thing is wrong.
Oh, every profession so far, even I have malpractice insurance myself as a lawyer. You have to have it.
It's happening all over. But let me do my closing on this big story for tonight. I respect IG Gregory Coleman. I know his life depends on this big case. Our friends from the other side can play politics. They are right to do so. Because we play politics too on Patrick Sudu. So it's a fair game. But I know that Gregory Coleman would do the honorable thing. Gregory Coleman, experienced, well-learned, well-trained, around the world. I know everything depends on this big thing. No politician will tell Gregory Coleman we want that individual, go for him, put him on the case, make sure he's guilty, submit your evidence, tie him into it, lie. When the whole country is sitting watching, I will give Gregory Coleman a chance to prove me wrong. I will. But yet and still, I do believe that his findings, he will cross all his T's and dot his I's. That when he presents those evidence to the court, people will appreciate his investigation.
Hello?
I'm not going to fall for Governor Clinton. I'm not going to fall for Asido. These guys are politicians. They will play politics. You know that. They are seditions. You know, they are angry losers. They will cry. They want to come back with other setback. And they are trying. But I do believe the Liberia National Police will do the honorable thing to make sure that justice will be justice and the law will be the law. So I appreciate every one of you tonight. We couldn't discuss the Minister of Finance, Bill Michael Jones issue, and Paul Laming. We'll do it tomorrow. A lot of different documents coming up we have in our possessions, and we'll reveal it to you. Till we meet again, guys. May God save our state. Nelson, you can come on, Glenny. I know you're working too hard.
Glenny,
We hope to hear from that. We hope to hear from that lady if you can get her contact.
Yeah, I'm good. I was trying to reach. I don't know her, but if she's watching or anybody
I'm
watching,
going to
let's
send the
connect
guys.
with her.
I'm going to send the guys who will find her.
Yes.
Jackie, it's good seeing you again.
Thank you.
Please always come.
I wanted to ask, and then lady, I wanted to ask you before you go off the show. There's this theory that this could have been committed by people in the minority to make the majority black. You know, is that a possible theory?
Which story is
that?
that?
That's something you shouldn't even be saying about this woman's son case.
No. I said there's this theory that this quote unquote arson could have been committed by the majority black people to make the minority people black look kind of bad. Is that a theory too? Is that
but not fire woman?
At the end of the day,
the police will tell us that. The police will tell us that.
Let me just give the announcement real quick to my brother Governor Clinton Webb. The show is over. Please call him. Still on the phone with him. Let him go.
I've been going
Yesterday he said he was on the show till 11 o'clock American time. And that was wrong. We were never on the show till 11 o'clock.
And the show ended around 7, but then he said around
7.
3 hours later.
And the man got home after 11. He said he was on the show. Guys, the show is officially over.
Y'all go home.
You have to make it.
Let me ask you. Let me say this. I think, in my opinion, I might not be early tomorrow.
Right now, she knows it's going towards midnight, so she's in Liberia. So I'm fine. I'm good.
What want me?
I'm good. Everything will be fine.
All right. So the question the journalists who have taken to the street, who left a stronger economy for someone to inherit the first year? Joe here or Madam
That question is not for the layman in the street.
It's too complicated.
Okay, we're trying to make it uncomplicated. We'll make it
can be made uncomplicated.
We inherited a stronger economy in the first year.
How do they evaluate a strong economy?
How do they evaluate a strong economy?
Because of the performance.
Evaluate the economy by what they sell and what they eat.
The ordinary people cannot evaluate performance.
For 1 minute.
They will.
You always should consider when ANC people speaking. These are the reason why they took Mr. Comey from 7% to 1%. You are talking about people that you saw the other young man speaking as if to say he had.
Yeah, because you have to ask the right question. If not, you get the wrong answer.
Can we speak one at a time?
Yeah, you get the wrong answer. It's not about ANC or Democratic Unity Party.
The man, you have bad comments. And let me say this, right, Paul Kennedy, I will say this to you. This kind of question, that you got to be technical. Who left the $1 billion? The people care less. What that person doing in real life is how many times they bought a t-shirt from them, how many times they bought a candy. If they're not working for them, they don't want you. So you're going to talk about Conor Gray taking Mr. Comey from 7% to 1% because you know what? You want to know who left the strongest economy. What the person know about strongest economy? We are talking to the common people, the people that will be the deciding force for election. Those are the people that you gonna bring, and the rest of the ANC neglected, and those are the people who brought to the Joseph Boga camp.
Tell them, ask them. Who you think talk about the stronger economy? Joe
used to be there.
Nelson, come on the show. Nelson, come
on the show. Joe here.
Great, thank you. Great, thank you. Great one. You know what they say? You better keep politics. All politics are local. Forget about the American style politics. They will not win.
American style.
They want you to go to the Labapido with them. They want you
to I ain't no political party. You don't see any political demigod behind me.
They say you ANC man. They say you ANC man.
I could be anybody.
Nelson,
I could be pastor. I accept it.
You can't remember Maryland. You're letting him go right on hammock in the people's shoulder. How do you do
that?
Nelson, please find that lady. Glenn talking about the lady now. Let Nelson find her tomorrow.
Nelson, you saw the video?
I watched the video as well.
Yeah.
Let's find the woman, please. We gotta help her.
I want to say thank you, Sis Betty. Thank you, Sis Jackie. Today, Sis Jackie didn't run through her time because we had a timekeeper. Then she was bleeding through. You didn't give me enough time.
But as for right there, the Buffalo boy went beat him there. He will know politics so much.
No, I don't know politics. I agree with you. I'm learning. Conor Gray.
I think they said that they drag you 2 times now. That the second time there.
That the second time I've been with.
Oh my God.
By a drum meat seller and then the other stranger.
Oh God. So, well, you come, you say you're equal. Now you're petty.
All right.
You're comparing notes.
All right, Conor, I gotta go.
Well, to all of our folks across the world, it's always a pleasure having you join the program Spoon Talk. This is your program. This program comes on because of you, and we always appreciate you for staying up with us and being a part of Spoon Talk. We appreciate your usual engagement in the comment section, sharing your thoughts on the different issues that have been discussed here on Spoon Talk. Thanks a lot to all of you. Yes, as you know, Spoon Talk is where you get the news. It's where you get that diverse views on the issues. The analysis will come your way, and sometimes the analysis will not go your way, and in other cases it will go the way you want it. But at the end of the day, Liberia's interest is what is being discussed here every night, and we appreciate all of you for being a part of this joining. You know, from the very beginning of the show, speaking to the different issues that concerned you, and also just listening or just watching the program and sharing your thoughts as the program goes on. We appreciate all of you for that. And yes, thanks to the many of you who join us from across Radio Land and our partner radio stations as well across Liberia, Spoon FM, Fabric Radio, Super FM. That's for the Spoon Network. We appreciate the folks on other stations as well. And thanks to all of those different radio stations across Liberia, Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia for always relaying Spoon Talk. And yes, thanks to you online, Mr. Philip Bala, always here. We appreciate you. Tommy Jr., thanks a lot. Ruth Goba, my Ruth, we appreciate you. Moses Baji, thanks for always being here. Bernard David, we appreciate you as well. Thanks for always joining us on the program Spoon Talk. We want to appreciate the folks on YouTube. A lot of you join us via YouTube, sharing your thoughts. In case you're not following or you haven't subscribed to our YouTube handle, you can kindly do so. Just go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live, and you will definitely be subscribed to our YouTube handle for fee. That's for Fana TV, Emmanuel Foley II. To all of you, man, we appreciate you. Peter Hammer, George Morris Jr., thanks for being here with us tonight. We appreciate all of you. I want to see if the CEO would join us. It's like he's trying to make some adjustments. Sam Hollywood, James David, Weddy Lolly. Thanks for joining us. Per Kimber, Madam Kimber, thanks for joining us. Liberia 1847 online television. Thanks for joining us. Mrs. Lydia Jones, the female general, thanks for joining us as well, ma'am. We appreciate you. Natana K. Hill, Jay Carter, thanks to all of you for joining us. Levi and Payne, that's P. Levi and P. We appreciate you as well. George Harris, thanks for joining us tonight. Delvin's Block, John Davis, thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Mohammed Terwali, yes, we appreciate your contribution. All of you who stay up to watch Spoon Talk, and most times you're typing in, making your contributions. That's something we appreciate a whole lot. We appreciate the fact that you are a part of this journey, and the Spoon Network appreciate every single person. Let me do a special birthday greeting for Waymond Bunda Jr. Little Waymond Bunda Jr. You're celebrating your birthday today. Yes, from a baby, you're 13 years old today. Happy birthday to you, little Waymond Bunda Jr. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your birthday today. May God continue to bless you with good health, long life as you enjoy your special holiday. It's from your mom, Lavette Bundle, and your dad, Waymond Bundle, your cousins, your sisters, your brothers, and me, your Uncle Nelson as well. We love you. Happy birthday, Waymond, as you celebrate your natal day today. And yes, folks, that's how I would like to end up tonight. Same day, the CEO will not be coming back. Yes, but we want to appreciate all of you for always being here with us. And thanks for joining us here tonight on Spoon Talk. We appreciate all of you for coming on tonight. So the invitation is yours to be here with us tomorrow. Until then, have a good night, everyone. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. And yes, thanks to everyone. Ben Call. Okay, I see the CEO is back.
Yeah, man, I had to babysit. But thank you. Let me go because this guy is here. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, Nelson. Oh, I appreciate everyone. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. You too. Yes, so to everyone, man, we appreciate you. Mr. Philip Bala, Max Jabated, Ben Call, Angeline Meon. We appreciate you for being here tonight. Join us tomorrow for another Spoon Talk. Early T. Fan Senior. He said, why the deputy speaker chair never caught fire? The information is that they've not been keeping the chairs there. That's the reason. They've always removed those chairs from there. That's why. Telvin Payne, Adar Moore, Mackie Watt, thanks for coming on. May Carter, we appreciate you. This is how I would like to leave you tonight. Till we'll come back. I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night. Coming up shortly is the Late Night Show. Bye-bye for now. Okay, so let's see if we can... Okay, have a good night, guys.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South and Man. Charges on the beat.
silver spoon to get your information.